Several weeks ago, I was approached by Dina Said So Studios on behalf of Play on Word Studios about their upcoming launch of a 5th edition powered game called Shadow City Mysteries. The campaign went live a couple of days ago as of recording this, so I'll put their backer kit link in the description below, as well as all their other links to Play on Word Studios and the Shadow City Mysteries where you can find it. It's launching as a role-playing game and a video game. You can find all the details there. They can talk about it in much more detail than I can. But I was looking to run more one-shots on my Twitch, so I jumped at the chance to take part in this, as it was a noir-inspired low magic world, and both those things kind of appealed to me. So I gathered a team together, convinced friend of the channel Face to run the game because it was 5th edition inspired, and I know that I'm never going to do that justice, and we powered through. But unfortunately, we only got halfway through the quick start, possibly because we're a little roleplay heavy group and prone to procrastinate in that way. But this is about half of the adventure, and we're going to try and film the other half. We'll go live on my Twitch first, then it'll eventually appear on this channel over the next week or two. We're just not sure when our schedules signed up because it was 6 players, that's 7 people's schedules that we had to line up, and we're all grown-ups. We have too much else going on in our lives, unfortunately. Again, check the links below if you want to learn more about the Shadow City Mysteries before watching this, although we do an introduction to the world and everything else at the top of this video. I'll also say do not adjust your sets because the grayscale or the slightly subdued scale is deliberate. The game is set in a black and white world, a world that has been drained of colour at some point in the past through to possibly magical means or scientific means. It's unclear. So our washed out complexions is a deliberate choice, not a camera glitch. But there are some audio issues at the start. I quickly fixed them, but unfortunately a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, the audio will start to echo because it wasn't happy playing the music for some reason. For some reason I must have balanced that wrong. I'll try and figure it out for if we play again the next time. But yeah, for some reason it wouldn't play along with that. It kept going into a strange echo. Probably my fault. I'm relatively new to Twitch. But yeah, apologies for that. It does happen, but it's quickly solved or quickly just switched off. So yeah, don't worry. It doesn't permeate out through the entire video. It's just a couple of instances right up at the beginning. But that's enough waffle from me. Let's continue to the game.
Hello, I am not Christian. My name is Face, clearly not the name I was given where I was born. My parents aren't that cruel, but it's the name that I use when I am gaming and have done for the last. My name is Face, clearly not the name I was given where I was born. My parents aren't that cruel, but it's the name that I use when I am gaming. Feel so old. My pronouns are 99% of the time are he, him. Basically, if I look like this, I'm he, him. We will crack on with what the my pronouns scenario and the game is about momentarily. But first, we are going to pass to the wonderful players here, and I'm going to go from left to right on the screen as you can see it. So starting with the wonderful Kenichi, if you'd like to introduce yourself and who you're going to be playing.
Hi everyone, I'm Kenichi. I go by he, him. Today I'm playing Bittersea, who's going by he, her.
Fantastic. Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex. I go by she, her, and I will be playing Gadwall, who also goes by she, her.
Christian will do you, I guess, for completion's sake.
Yes, I'm Christian. Hey, it's my channel, but if you're on Twitch finding me for the first time, then you may not even know that because I mostly do YouTube stuff. Because I was monitoring the sound, I've forgotten all the things you said I should say, but I'm playing Larkin, who is a female presenting character. I'm going by they, them pronouns for them, but that's where we're at.
Fantastic. Emily.
I'm Emily. My pronouns are she, her. I'm playing Dax, whose pronouns are he, him.
Gordon.
Hi everyone, my name's Gordon, pronouns he, him, and I will be playing Dr. Singh, who is he, him as well.
And last, but by no means least, quite possibly the only man whose facial hair makes me more jealous than Christian's, Sammy.
Hi, my name is Sammy. He, him. I'll be playing Cormoran today, a mind speaker, a mystic. She, her.
Fantastic.
That's it.
That is everyone. So, without further ado, welcome to Shadow of Debt. This is a one-shot which has been designed by the people who created Shadow City. Shadow City is powered by Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the most popular game engine in the world apparently, but there has some lovely new additions to it which we are going to be hitting as we go along to try and showcase them. It is defined itself as Clockwork Noir, When I was explaining this to the players, I basically said it's kind of like a little bit of clockwork, steampunk combined with Victorian London combined with Blade Runner. At least that's kind of like the vibe that I'm picking up when I go through this. So, without further ado, welcome to the Shadow City. It has been centuries since colour left the world. The church teaches that the death of colour was the final curse of the goddess of darkness upon her defeat by the gods of light. It lingers as a sign to be ever vigilant against the lure of evil. What else could be lost if the gods have to intervene once more on such a grand scale? People of science claim it's something about how light refracts in the atmosphere, and one day maybe rocketry and photography can improve to the point that they can confirm whether colour can still be seen from space. But nobody can truly explain why some things, the high-tech and the mystical, still show in colour. Clockwork is the main energy source that this world runs on. Not long after the War of the Gods, a discovery of Solargium, commonly just called turnstone, was found. It is a semi-hard rock that is permanently orientated to face the sun, revolving once every 24 hours and grinding itself into a smooth sand rather than allowing any force to stop it from turning. Obviously, a bit of a curiosity to begin with, then it could be used to unerringly tell time, and a big enough slice could eventually power a mill. But, as people tend to do, Industrial Revolution comes along and scientists figure out two tricks. You can blend it and infuse it with harder metals, and using mirrored plates to allow it to run along freely. Therefore, at this point, power you can blend it and reliable with harder metals and using mirrored plates. Magic does exist here in the Shadow City, but only the very few people can cast it. Other characters or classes, if we peek behind the curtain for a minute, other characters and classes can cast magic spells, but it's recommended that it is advised as more tricks of the trade or smoke and mirrors. For example, Gordon, who's playing Dr. Singh the Doctor, can cast what we would refer to in 5e as Cure Wounds, but in reality, it's just him being a damned fine doctor and healing you. The problem with Turnstone is it is needed for everything, and having long exhausted its own reserves, the globe's sole superpower, called Vespen, embarks on wars across the planet with increasingly thin pretext in order to open up new mines for the material. Read into that any modern day analogies that you will. The city is called Soretta, but it's more commonly referred to as sobriquet called Shadow City. It is not the capital, but it is the largest city where we are, and this is where our game is going to take place. The endless wars will continue, and the country does become increasingly stratified due to the question, and people start to question their own values. But the nation's leaders are smart enough to realise that they need to do something to keep a lid on it. Hence, Shadow City is a bit of a safety valve, a release for a bit of the overpressure of culture. There are 6 factions within Shadow City, and there are 6 players. Fairly coincidental. So I'm assuming that each player will probably be going a little bit more into the factions as we go along. But rather than reading an entire spiel and reading through absolutely everything, that's pretty much all you folks need to know out there as to the world that we find ourselves in. There's a couple of extra rules that they've thrown in, all about, for example, being able to influence and having a long-term social plan as opposed to just the encounters, but that's about it. So, without further ado, we will jump straight to the storyline called Shadow of Debt. So let's get a slightly less chilled song going in the background. And there we go. Welcome to the Rat's Nest. There seems to be a quiet night in the Rat's Nest, since the dance floor is only half full, and the band belting out a rousing tune is second-rate at best. If any of them are even in the Brass Consortium, the faction where most of the artisans and entertainers reside. It's hard to tell. None of them have got the telltale brass-coloured prosthetics. The whole club, in fact, obviously the majority of the world, but the whole club is in fact in monochrome, apart from a very few coppery gold and metallic flashes behind the bar or in the clothes or the hair of the wealthier patrons out there. That just makes it a little bit more obvious where you folks are going. The Rat King, the self-proclaimed leader of the Court of Rats, which is one of the 6 factions here in Shadow City. The Court of Rats is, for want of a better phrase, the Thieves' Guild. They have their finger in every pie. They know every trick of the trade. No crime happens in Shadow City without the Court of Rats knowing about it. And at the head of the Court of Rats is the Rat King. He is in his raised booth at the back of the club, which is positively glowing with turnstone enameling. For all that, the man himself seated there is in black and white, other than the silvery sheen of his mechanical right arm. You do notice a faint pall of purple smoke as if someone has just left the booth. He sees you across the screen. He sees you all across the room and motions imperiously for you all to join him. He is, as you approach, you can see he's still on the young end of middle age. He is clean-shaven and athletic and heavily tattooed. Those of you who are proficient in perception will recognize that he does have bodyguards, but they're a decent distance away. They are not right next to him. For those of you, you know what? Let's just have the first roll of the game. Let's do this. If you want to, by all means, give me an insight check.
I don't want to.
You don't want to? That's fair.
Oh, what? Get the bad ones out of the way. Oh, it's
Get
20.
the bad ones out of the way, folks. That's how it works. It's all
It
good.
became a 20.
There we go. Okay. Actually, it was a fairly low DC. Gadwall and Singh and Dax, however, you didn't quite make the low DC. Cormorant, you've dealt with people before of power. You're fairly good at reading them. You get the impression that he is actually safe and secure enough in his own belief on his physical prowess that all he needs are bodyguards nearby just to mop up. And Bittersea, you've dealt with the Rat King before. You know this about him. So what we'll do is we're just going to quickly go round, and I'm going to go around. I'm going to pick Emily first of all. If you'd like to describe your character as he approaches the booth.
So Dax Dunfield walks forward. He has a very stony expression. He does not want to be here. He has fully switched himself into professional mode. He is trying to not show any emotion. He is here because there's a job to do, and he doesn't necessarily have to like it, but he's doing it. As far as physically, he's a very tall, well-built, muscly man. He's got sort of a short dreadlocked hair and walks with a purpose.
Nice.
Oh, also one of his arms, I forgot this. One of his arms is made of iron.
Yeah, just a small minor detail.
Just a small thing. He just has an iron arm. It happens.
To be fair, it does happen fairly regularly. So as you kind of like approach, he looks at you and gives a cool, calm nod and just gestures with his head to the booth as he looks over and makes eye contact with the doctor to make sure he comes over. What does describe the doctor for everybody, please?
Yeah, so Dr. Singh is relative.
Oh, we've lost Gordon, it seems. Oh, yay, Skype. Whilst we get...
A newly
Whilst
followed
we
me.
get... we've lost you, Gordon.
Oh.
Which is great. I'll tell you what, whilst the doctor sorts himself out...
Yeah, he's really confused about what's going on.
We'll go to Cormorant.
The doctor trips over shoelaces and
Goes out of screen. Goes out of view for a second.
just goes, I'll be right back.
Cormorant, whilst the doctor is fixing their shoelaces.
Cormorant is a lady with a very calm demeanor, but there is a certain sense of ego as well. Cormorant, usually seen wearing more clerical robes, I would expect now maybe wearing something more subtle. Maybe still a hint at the robes, but maybe at least with a long coat over it or something, or a longer coat. Cormorant is one of the very few people in this world that can use magic, and that might or might not have aided in the ego. Cormorant will just, with a confident walk, join up with Dax and the Rat King.
Gadwall.
So Gadwall is trying to make herself as uninteresting and small as possible, but not in a kind of nervous way, more in just trying to be a part of the shadows. So she's very much walking behind the other people that are approaching, trying to just stay blended into the group. She has her hood up. She has, it's not a cloak, it's kind of like a fitted vest type of thing with a hood, long, silvery kind of blonde, well, white hair, and yeah, just kind of slinking closer by.
We'll finish with Bittersea, so we'll go to Larkin next.
We still lost the doctor.
We have still lost the doctor. Okay, we'll get him back.
Okay. Yes, Larkin is there a slightly more dressed for the club atmosphere than everybody else, I imagine. In more flowing kind of clothing that's designed to move in hypnotic ways as I go. Definitely light fabrics and somewhat skipping and dancing already across the floor. Occasionally had to be pulled back by one of the other group as I tried to. I assume the club is active, right? As I tried to go out onto the dance floor instead of doing what I was supposed to be doing. I got slightly delayed as I was ordering everybody drinks without asking them what they wanted at the bar before coming over. So those will arrive shortly.
And last, but
I will take literally anything.
Yeah, this is fair. And last but by no means least, Bittersea.
Bittersea walks up to the Rat King, and as she approaches, it's sort of a half kneel, half bow, very respectful approach. It's almost as if she's got a little bit of approaching your favorite celebrity for the first time. This is someone that she deeply adores and looks up to, and even sort of scared to be in his presence. And that's pretty much how she approaches.
And just in time for the doctor to come back.
As the doctor lags back into the Matrix.
As the doctor lags it.
Hey guys, sorry.
As the doctor realizes that he hadn't wound his clockwork anytime recently, and therefore is slightly out. Gordon, if you'd like to describe Dr. Singh as he walks up.
Yeah, so hopefully as soon as I start talking this won't crash. Good, okay. Yeah, so Dr. Singh approaches the Rat King, and as he's walking up, you see this guy, sort of late 30s, very long hair, dressed like, he's got some medical instruments, he's carrying his bag, and he just looks really confused to be here. And it's not that he doesn't understand why he's there. He knows why he's there, it's because he's been called there, but he's just surprised that, what are all these people? Why are these people here? This isn't right. This isn't how society works. That's what he's thinking.
Nice. Okay, so as you sit down, the Rat King kind of leans forward, and whilst the club music is fairly loud, it's somehow slightly muted, maybe the acoustics of the area that he's kind of sat in. And he goes, "Welcome to the Rat's Nest. Thank you so much indeed for accepting my invitation to come and join me here this evening. Very much appreciated." He kind of leans back and puts his hands up, and as the drinks arrive that Larkin ordered, he puts a fairly meaty hand over one of them and just clamps it down and drags it back towards him.
As amongst them, I have purposefully ordered the strongest thing possible for Cormorant. I don't know if they drink or not. I just want to see a priest get drunk. And I've ordered for Bitter Sea a very elaborate-looking cocktail in a Mai Tai glass with a big wedge, as many wedges of fruit on the top as possible, big complex-looking straws and umbrellas, and a sparkler. And if there was colour here, it would definitely be more brightly coloured. But you can sense how colourful it would be if there was colour.
What have you got for the Rat King?
I probably know what his favourite drink is. I'm sure I ordered his favourite, or I at least asked the bartender to order. So he's the only person I'm not messing with. Everyone else just gets a random drink.
Everyone else gets a random drink. Don't forget to switch the screen, sir.
Oh yes, I definitely would.
He kind of grabs with a very meaty thing, kind of grabs it and leans back. His fairly muscular arms kind of draping over the booth as he takes a sip of the slightly amber-hued whiskey. The fact that it is in fact amber-hued does speak a little bit of volume as to the expense that it is. So, anybody got any questions before we start the evening's discussions?
What did you get me, funny one?
You'll love it. Just chuck it down in one.
Bitter Sea still picking the rainforest out of her drink.
It comes in a colored
Gadwall
cup.
is-
I'll take it.
Gadwall is taking all of the fruit that Bitter Sea is picking off and just adding it to her own drink.
Keep that flair.
Hey, alchemist, you got to mix these things up.
You need to learn to share. And I'm going to grab a slice of fruit.
When we're all done exchanging fruit, as he kind of says this, there's an edge creeps into his voice. Bitter Sea, at that edge, you almost immediately feel like freezing and just not doing anything. The rest of you, this is a dangerous individual, and all of you recognize that. All of you have a marker, not necessarily your fault, but you all know, the players and characters know that you have a marker that the Rat King is clearly going to be calling in. I need a favor, and you folks, congratulations, are the people who are going to be doing that favor for me. An old friend of mine from back in the days when I was in the military, Carlo Mercy, didn't report in last night. There we go. And you can start Carlo with a K, Mercy, Mercy, Karlo Mercy.
Oh, is that
Didn't
opened
report
up
in
on
last
his-
night. Mate of mine, well, I say mate, an employee of mine did a quick check at his last known address, found of it a bit of a bloody murder scene. 452 Breakers Lane in the industrial district. I want you to go, get there before the cops, find out what happened. Any questions? Doctor,
Mr. King, what do you want us to do when we find out what's happened?
it's an excellent question. Come back and tell me. 3 nights. Got tonight, tomorrow night. I expect you back here before sunup on night 3. Tell me what happened. If you don't come back and give me some news, well, let's just say those markers start getting upgraded.
Okay.
Let's just get rolling then, shall we?
By all means. Place is locked up.
No time to lose.
Cops haven't got there yet. It's only a matter of time before the police are going to start sniffing it out, though. So, But get a move on. It's gonna start getting, not figuratively, but literally is going to start to stink in the not too distant future, if you catch my drift. So, is there any other questions?
What's this
No,
song?
my liege. No questions at all.
Larkin? Was that, sorry, I
Song.
was Larkin about to ask
No
a question, sorry,
questions at all.
Christian.
What's the song? I was wondering what the song was.
Larkin? Oh, I don't know. Was that, sorry, I
Song.
was something about some lost love somewhere.
What's the song? I
don't
was
pay
wondering what the
attention
song
to
was.
these things. Oh, I don't know. Was that, sorry, I
Song.
was something about some lost love somewhere.
What's the song? I was
don't
wondering
pay
what the
attention
song
to
was.
these things.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Something about
Shuffles
some
under the
love
booth.
somewhere.
What's the song?
As you are dismissed from the booth, you each do recognise a couple of other people here, so you're not all complete and total strangers. Before you leave the bar, though, can I have a perception check from people, please? You really are getting the rubbish rolls out of the way, aren't you, Gordon?
Yeah.
All of us.
Oh, whoever wants to roll one.
No, I'm going towards the dance floor. Unless someone stops me. I have a wisdom of -1, by the way. I'm not just doing this. This is just who I am.
Is anybody grabbing Larkin before they leave the group?
By the scruff of the neck,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Larkin, as you start dashing off, you do feel a very quick and nimble hand, just like on the back of your neck, just tightening. Not a huge amount of strength behind there, it's fair to say, but it was very quickly placed there.
A familiar hand. Bittersea and I have worked together before.
Come on, you don't want to hang around. You don't want to give the Rat King the arsehole now, do you?
I didn't know he'd asked for it.
Let me
Just
see.
get
I
moving.
think you've all. So the doc has not sadly made the perception looking around, but Dax, and we'll go with Dax and Cormorant because you both rode incredibly high. As you're looking around, with the warning of the police are going to be looking into this, kind of like still very much ringing through your ear, you do notice an off-duty officer wearing the detective's long coat by the bar. He is clearly deep in his cups. And one thing that you as characters know is that police here in Shadow City always wear black balaclavas or black masks. It was argued by the police a long time ago that they should be allowed to have their face covered because it's too dangerous otherwise. Ignoring the whole community policing, it's a really bad idea to have that, but the argument being is that there is so much crime out there and the court of rats is so big that any police officers who people knew they were police officers would be up to, would be in real danger. So basically all the time cops wear full-on black balaclavas. This one is not. He sat there, face quite happily uncovered, sitting down and clearly drunk as he sits at the bar.
Wait, as in police all wear the balaclavas all the time or just on duty? So that you don't know who they are when they're off duty?
Yes, basically. Not all the time. So if they are off duty, they are clearly not wearing a balaclava and just blending in with everything.
Okay, so it's not weird that this guy isn't wearing one.
It is weird that he's not wearing...
It's
he's
weird.
still wearing his detective's coat. So he's effectively, I'm a detective and I don't have a face covering.
So he's in the pay of the Rat
Gotcha.
King, effectively. Because otherwise, why would
is-
he be there?
That is quite probably a... that is quite probably a conclusion that you can make.
Would I recognise him
Does-
being a detective? He's sort of maybe high society, or would that be no, not high society?
Not particularly high society, but you know what? Give me a history check.
I mean, one of these roles at some point.
Face,
Is
pontificate
it possible that
on the
Gadwall is...
social status of detectives for us.
No.
Okay.
That's not so bad. 17. Yeah.
You recognise him. Detective Slate is his name.
Detective Slate.
Quick question: does he have anything maybe of use around him, or would we know of anything that he might have useful relating to an investigation that he would have on him?
If not. Not necessarily directly, but this actually it's actually a fairly good question, King, because I can bring in what is one of the new mechanics here in the Shadow City roleplay game. It's called Influence. So obviously, in a lot of games and a lot of RPGs, you can effectively obviously roll a persuasion check, a deception check, intimidation check, or whatever to effectively influence people. One of the mechanics that this game brings in is that it gives it a more longer form. So it's effectively an influence project, for want of a better phrase, is that if you interact with certain individuals, certain, not factions in terms of the Court of Ravens, the Court of Rats, the Brass Continuum, or the Ironworkers, not factions as in groups of individuals. So maybe the police, for example, would be a group of individual. You can interact with them during a social scene, or you can also do it during downtime, and we'll come on to that later on when you guys have some downtime, to see whether you can basically increase your influence with them. Once you get to certain numbers, so once you get to X, then they treat you better. Once you get to, the next level up, they might start giving you information before you even ask to it. If you get really high on it, they treat you as bosom buddies, etc. So if you wanted to approach and see whether you can start getting an influence going with the police, Detective Slate's probably a good shout to go for.
I mean, I was going to pickpocket him, but...
I mean, you could do that as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, negative influence, right enough.
Sure.
But
but
if he gets caught, yeah.
Assuming that,
and he's also Bittersea is very much aware that Detective Slate is in the Rat King's employ. So going to steal from a fellow employee of the Rat King, not necessarily the smartest of moves. But hey,
assuming that everyone else has pointed this out to me because I was not paying attention in character. Is the detective somebody I may have entertained in the past?
Sure. Not in a companion wink.
No, I offer my company. I'm not that. I don't do that. I just offer my company of because I'm
You recognize the face as a. Yeah, you recognise the face of someone you've previously hung out with. He's never paid you for companionship, but you've been in this club and similar clubs like it enough that you've sat next to him on more than one occasion whilst looking for other marks.
Yeah, I was going to say, caveat, he's never knowingly paid me for my companionship.
Yes.
Would I have met him at all? I know I said I might have recognised him, but I'm just curious. Because I'm wondering if I would approach him and be like to ask him what's going on about the Rat King, because I'm obviously very confused about all of this. Or if I don't recognise him, I'll do just.
You can certainly try.
I'll try. Why not? I'll walk up to him.
Before you approach him, would Gadwall have crossed paths with him on any cases or anything?
Yeah, probably. It's a big city, but you are all in fairly similar circles, so yeah, I'm more than happy that Gadwall. I'm happy that Gadwall and Larkin are probably actually are on like nodding terms to him, as in like they're probably on the upward nod level of terms with him, whereas Dr. Singh's probably on a more downward nod. Okay. Which is the thing, which we know is a thing, but it's never actually said as such, but it's just one of those weird... Anyway, yes, that's the level of familiarity.
I'll let the more serious people go first, and I'll just say, if you strike out, I'll have a crack.
I would like to approach Detective Slate and ask him. Basically, I'll approach him at the bar and put my hand onto his shoulder first of all, just so he knows I'm there. Detective Slate, Detective Slate.
Who wants to know?
It's me, Dr. Singh. You remember we've met before?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. You want to refresh my
Yes,
memory?
well,
He
it's
taps, and then he taps his glass.
yes, well, certainly. Barkeep. It was about you came into my clinic. Remember, it was an ointment for a rather sensitive matter, shall we say? I don't want to go into detail about it, but do you remember? Yes. We had a conversation.
His eyes kind of like lose focus for a little bit as he turns around, as he kind of like properly studies you. I mean, the name kind of rings a bell.
Okay.
And he kind of like his eyes kind of like just go over your shoulders. He makes eye contact with Gadwall as she walks up as well. Oh, spooky brigade's here, I see.
Well, I've never done.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
What's it gonna take to get a little bit of peace and quiet in this place?
Well, I just want to know, have you heard anything about what Rat King's asking us to do? And I'll whisper it like I'm scared of being overheard.
The Rat King wants what the Rat King wants. It's not too difficult.
Oh, okay. Barkeep, drink.
Okay. It's, the barkeep slides over a clear-coloured liquid towards Detective Slate, and you obviously reach into your pocket and you pay the paltry pocket change that it would cost to be able to buy him a drink or anything like that. So, what do you want me for?
See a friendly face at a bar? Say hi.
Well, I was hoping you might be able to help
Aye.
us out at some point. Maybe in the future. You seem like an expert in this kind of thing.
You working with the Rat King?
Yeah.
You sure? You don't look like the kind of guy that would work with the Rat King. You, as he kind of like tries to point to you, Gadwell, but it just slides slightly to the side before it. You I can see, but the pretty boy. What's going on, Gadwell?
I just want to know if you've heard of any news lately.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, no. How about something else? Okay.
-1. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, 12 still. I mean, he's sozzled. He's not paying a huge amount of attention, so 12's enough for him to kind of like. Well, I know a lot of things. Are you trying to anything in particular you want to be aware of, or are we just talking general police interaction?
452 Breakers Lane.
As you say this, he genuinely looks slightly confused. Down by the industrial district. That's all I know.
Okay.
Any action in that area recently?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's any action there or anything, but I mean, is there? Do you want there to be?
No action. No.
No. Although, I mean, if you are offering, I do have a client that needs a little help, maybe persuading someone down on Valley View.
What?
Never mind.
Okay, sorry to bother you, Detective.
That's all right. As long as there's nothing else that you need me for, I'm here for you.
Well,
On her way,
I do.
Yeah,
I am
okay.
going to. Well, as you know, the Rat King's asked me to do something, but I'm not any good with this whole world of you are involved in. I was hoping maybe you could help me if I need it.
I mean, do you want me to help you, or make sure my brothers and sisters don't help you?
Ah, yes. I think perhaps you catch my drift, detective.
I might be able to run some favors. Give me another persuasion check. You bought him a drink, so you can roll this one with advantage.
Buy him a big drink.
Still hit 12.
Okay.
Which is literally the DC. So somehow, all right. I think I can accommodate this.
Thank you.
If I hear anything, I'll do what I can do. So for this, you guys have successfully started your influence project with the police. So, since it's just a pair of you that's doing this, we're just going to add your influence bonuses. So, obviously, the players know, because we had a bit of a chat about it beforehand, but you find folks at home. There is another stat that all characters have. It's called their lifestyle. A 10 is basically a standard average middle class person. Obviously, all the way up to 20, which gives you the standard +5, like all D&D things, is basically living celebrity wealth level. And of course, in the other direction is also fairly bad. When we do influence checks, it's going to be a dice depending on the importance of the person that you're talking to. If you're talking to a no individual, it might be a D4. If you're talking to a really important individual, for example, the Rat King, it might be a D12. So as part of the influence project, you will roll that dice, and then you'll add your influence bonus, which is the same as your lifestyle bonus. So I believe Dr. Singh has a +2 to their lifestyle bonus. Or is Gadwell rocking for a lifestyle bonus?
+1.
So I'd like you to each roll me 1d6 plus your influence bonus. So 1d6 +2 and 1d6 +1. And that total together will basically be how much you've progressed as a group, as a party, towards basically... Oh, that's...
Oh, no, 3.
Okay,
3,
cool.
actually.
That could be worse. So that's a total of 4, a total of 7. It's, which is the average of rolling 2d6 without the modifiers. So effectively, we've increased the influence along police, or influence of getting the police on your side is now at 7.
Yeah.
Okay? This is something you can do during downtime. So during downtime, it's called glad handing. So you can basically go out there and you can schmooze with random people. They're not named NPCs. They're literally the cop on the street, if we're using this as the example, and that'll hopefully increase and add towards it. Okay. So unless anybody has anything else they want to get up to in the Rat's Nest, we will leave and head towards the crime scene.
I will just add that as
Can
they
I-
wrap up that conversation, just before they leave, I slide in, from behind, wrap my arms around the detective, and go, "Somebody needs a hug!" Just squeeze it.
As a way of apology, good to see hands over this horrible drink that she's been given to the detective with just a enjoy your night, detective.
You know what? Because of that, I think Larkin deserves. What's Larkin's lifestyle modifier?
+1, I believe. Yes, +1.
Add one more to it. If Larkin's going to come in right at the very end, I'm not going to give you another D6, but I'll add you another +1 because of Larkin. Larkin giving that brass-armed hug.
He looks sad.
He looks drunk. So little from column A, little from column B. Okay.
Just a very quick question.
Yeah.
That lifestyle modifier, I could not find that for Cormorant.
Let's have a quick look. So on the character sheets, so it is on the right-hand side of your character sheets, just underneath, basically
In Foundry or in the document?
in the document. Sorry, there is no place in.
Yep.
There is no place. So just for your reference, yours is +1. Cormorant's is +1. I believe so. So for those playing along at home, the Doctor is on a +2. Dax is sadly a flat 0. Larkin's a +1, as is Cormorant a +1. Bittersea is also a flat 0, and Gadwall is a +1. So none of them are lower class. Some of them are a little bit better than others, and the Doctor's just you know, like,
It's got
you know,
money.
he's got money, yo. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have money. People just buy me things.
Well, this is very true. Okay.
I have a similar life.
So anybody doing anything else here in the Rat's Nest before you head off to the crime scene?
If possible, I would like to have walked out and be moodily leaning beside the front door before even any of that conversation happened.
Okay. Describe your moodily leaning.
Just full on, back against the wall, just keeping an eye out. But not
Have you got the good old-fashioned one leg cocked up being pushed back against the wall?
Oh, yeah.
The wall so you can spring off at a moment's notice?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Gormerton standing nearby, staying away from the rest of the people. But very less spring ready. Just kind of like, all right, Doctor is doing his thing, whatever he's doing. Just wait here.
Okay.
Like always.
You can flag down a couple of taxis to take you there if you want.
I
I'm assuming that is the doc paying.
I was just gonna say, I assume the doc is buying.
Yes, yeah, of course. I can get it. It's nothing really. Only a few hundred. It's fine.
In that case, I'll raise out my iron arm and flag down a taxi.
Nice.
As Dax is
Sorry,
doing
I'm
that,
sorry. I only have 200. Please don't keep the change. Keep the change. It's fine.
as Dax is waving their arm, I'll raise
That
up.
was a month's wages.
I'll raise up the skirt.
Is that what they pay you these days?
And show off my brass leg.
The skirt edge.
And I'll show off my brass leg as Dax waves their brass arm, just out to try and attract a taxi as well.
Iron arm. Dax's arm is well and truly iron.
Ah, mine's fancier.
I'll ask Larkin. Well, wait, Larkin, how's your leg after the cream I gave you?
Hardly think this is the time, Doctor. We're in company.
Oh, sorry. So you said it was itchy at the knee. That's all. I just wanted to know if it helped. Okay.
You're welcome to check.
Sorry.
And I'll present my
What
leg
did
to him.
you prescribe her? Oil?
Oil can.
Dax hears this conversation and tries to surreptitiously itches shoulder.
Breakers Lane under the moonlight is an abandoned industrial sprawl. During the day, it's probably full of vehicles. At this time of night, it's as dead as the body you're here to investigate. They don't even bother running the streetlights at night for all the fact that the internal clockwork can basically run for free. At a glance, it's impossible to tell how many of the windowless brick and corrugated metal warehouses are run down. Or maybe they're in business, or maybe they're just shelves behind left for the squatters. 462 is definitely the latter. The fence around the lot is rotted out, the parking spaces drift full of trash and detritus, and the facade of the small building is full of cracks that shift oddly as you shine your electrical torchlight over it. Still black and white torchlight, which I'm getting my head around. It's still pretty cool if you think about it. There are much taller warehouses around. This is quite probably maybe a foreman's office or something like that, potentially. Maybe used by a local government inspector or something. So fairly fitting that it was the residence of the spy of the Rat King. The neighborhood's fairly quiet. I mean, we've definitely gone midnight, but it's not completely empty. If people wants to give me perception checks, please, as you are looking around the place. Cool. That's a fantastic. Damn. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we've actually got one. Gadwall has hit the upper DC. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So based on that, you've technically got 4 successes, which is
I got an 8. What do I see?
the back of the taxi cab as it drives away.
You just sort of turn your flashlight on. And you're like, "What's happening?" Oh, you got blind.
Yeah, Dax is temporarily blinded. So the first thing that Gadwall hears, probably Gadwall would hear this one because you are fairly in tune with this sort of thing. You hear the hum of a police car, probably a couple of blocks away. If they're on the usual sort of patrol that you'd imagine themselves to do on, you probably don't have a huge amount of time before the police is going to come across the crime scene itself. Whether you want to be there and gone before that happens, or maybe you want to, what's what I'm looking for? Attempts to meet them earlier or intercept them. That's the one. Maybe you want to maybe you want to intercept them to stop them wandering upon you. There is also there's an upper story window in a nearby warehouse with a light on. The angle from that certainly can see 462, so maybe somebody who is there might be able to see something. And a little bit further down the way, on the corner of Breakers Lane and a more major road, Central Avenue, there's a small bodega that's still open, and maybe somebody there might have seen something last night as well. And the last thing that catches Dr. Singh's eye, there is a seemingly non-functional and rusting car at the very corner of the parking lot, but it's got curtains taped to the insides of the windows. And if you kind of like have a quick look over there and peer through the gaps that are obviously going to be there, you can see bedding inside. There's nobody inside right now, but maybe this is someone who sleeps there fairly regularly.
Okay.
So you've got the car, you've got various places, but you also have the crime scene itself. It is 462. You guys haven't investigated it yet or got up to it. So what are we doing?
So this is supposedly in an apartment then, or
it is a rundown, ramshackle area.
Is it open, or did he give us a key or anything? Or
Didn't give you a key.
Well, I'll maybe turn to the group and suggest and say, look, I don't know if you've ever seen bodies before, had to deal with them, but it's something I've had to come across in my practice. So I don't mind going up and investigating. But
I'll go with you, Doctor.
I don't want to go by myself.
quickly your boots, Doctor.
The Cormorant always will call Singe now by Doctor, like as a tongue-in-cheek thing from being a teacher at some point. Also, being very on using the title.
Well, you were always a doctor to me at the time, but...
Well, technically, I don't think I'm a doctor.
You were the teacher. I was the grasshopper.
Teacher.
Okay. So who's going up to the building itself? 452.
Good to see. Well,
No, it's... You know,
I mean, yeah. Sorry, 462 or the crime scene.
It's so bit of feedback for the book. They used both 462 and 452. They've used both numbers at various parts.
Yeah,
throughout the
I
adventure.
wondered if you were trying to trick us there. Like,
No.
hey, I see.
I'm going through the scenario, and they write down as 462 later on. So bit of feedback for the authors there. But we'll stick with 452 because that's the thing that Kin's already written down in the notes.
Okay.
It's a trap. You went to the wrong house.
The notes?
The Rat King's gonna get you.
What are you doing here? You need to be 10 stories down. Yeah.
I mean, shall we all just
do we have the hotkey for the
go
notes?
in?
Well, we could, but the coppers are, I believe, probably on their way, or on their usual
You've got
patrol,
a little bit of time. We're not talking hours, but we're also not talking minutes. You've maybe got like half an hour, 45 minutes tops before they might roll up to this area.
May I suggest, if listening to that siren, if we split up, maybe we can cover more ground and get things done quickly.
I don't want to see
Sure.
a
I
dead
hear
body.
splitting the party never goes wrong.
I don't want to see a dead
It's never
body,
gone
and I'm
wrong.
quite happy to distract some policemen.
Okay, so Larkin's going to be on chief distraction duty. Who's heading to the 452? 452? 452. Bittersea? Anybody else? The Doctor?
Yeah,
Cormorant?
I thought to join in as well. Otherwise, I can always join in to go and have a look at that little bodega over there on the corner.
Well, so check out So it's probably best to check out the crime scene first of all, and then if you are running low on time and the police start getting nearby, then you can start leaving the crime scene and going to check with maybe some witnesses, etc. Because you can be talking to anybody at any time of night without really being suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, crime scene.
Okay, Bittersea, as you go up to the building, you realise that it's locked. Obviously, Bittersea, give me an investigation check.
Can I tap them on the shoulder, kind of like as a go on then, get us in, but actually casting guidance?
Sure. Roll a d4 on top of that, Ken.
There's a mild coloured shine of magic happening at a touch, but it's more as a subtlety.
That
Nice.
makes a 19.
That does make it. That's cool. There is enough scratching around the lock here itself that it's clear that it's the lock, and the deadbolt itself has probably likely been picked recently, almost certainly by the Court of Rats runner that found the body. The deadbolt's not been relocked on the inside, only the handle, because obviously locking the deadbolt from the outside is rather difficult. But give me a quick thieves' tool check, see if you can pick the remaining lock.
I don't actually have the thieves' tools in my thing, so
Oh, you.
Is this a point where I do the Baldur's Gate 3 thing, where I keep giving everyone guidance on everything they roll for?
I mean, statistically, you say the Baldur's Gate thing. It's also pretty much every
D&D.
single character that ever has had guidance ever on D&D. I mean, it's
I
literally.
feel like I'm gonna try not to be that guy today.
Just like roll a skill check. I have guidance. Yeah, it's I've just imported them into your inventory for you, Kim.
I will add 1d4 then. For
Oh, we got you guiding again.
Sammy,
Yeah.
you guiding?
Yeah. I personally think it's a bit cheap, but at the same time, I feel like that's one of the main uses this character is going to have. Looking at the spell lists I have been given.
Wait, cantrip in it.
Yeah.
As a quick aside, I do like somebody was talking about changing guidance to being a reaction if somebody fails a skill roll within 30 feet of you. So it's not a constantly spamming guidance every time somebody rolls it. It's more like, maybe.
That seems a lot more fun. Also, honestly.
Yeah, you got this.
I
Yeah.
tend to rule that if a player is doing something that they're dictating, they're allowed to do guidance. If I call for a roll, they don't have time to cast guidance.
That's fair. But in the general scheme of things, you know, in this particular instance, I'm
you've
clearly
got time,
asking
yeah.
for a thieves' tools check, but there'd be time to do it. Yeah. Anyway, 15 is enough. Bittersea is fairly good at this sort of stuff. They have, you know, she's got fairly decent skills, and it takes her no time at all whatsoever to. The door is open. Is anybody going in? Is anybody scouting around the outside? What are people up to at this stage?
Cormorant will actually just whisper under her breath, felony number 1, and enter the building. just gonna start counting them.
Can I just looking
Mutter
outside
that
before going in? Is there any sign? Oh no, you said it looked like it had been picked already, but you think that might be the Rat King's man or person that had seen that had gone into the flat to find the body. Is there any other?
Probably.
Okay. I was going to say, is there any other signs of like entry, like when the window smashed in or something like that?
If someone wants to effectively walk around the outside of the building and do a check on the outside, you can certainly do so.
Yeah, I think I want to do a perimeter. If anyone else wants to join me, obviously they're
I'm
welcome.
outside, yeah,
but
I'll wander
I think
about
I
with
definitely
you.
want to do that.
Okay.
I'll just go in the flat. I'll leave.
Okay.
You go to the body, doctor.
Okay, so in that case, can I have a perception check from Dax if Larkin is aiding or helping? One house rule that I have when I run 5e, and it certainly equates well to this, is that if you're taking the help action, rather than Dax rolling with advantage, Dax will just roll as normal, and Larkin will just roll a straight d20, and Dax will get to choose which d20. It's exactly the same as the help action, but it just means that the person who's doing the help action also gets to roll dice, and everybody likes rolling dice.
All right. Well, I got a 13. What you got?
What's Larkin contributing?
I don't remember how to roll a dice straight, so I'm just going to click perception anyway. So just ignore the modifier.
Understood. So
I
you
also
rolled
rolled a 13.
A 13.
13. So the 13 or the 13, Dax?
I think I'll take the 13.
Okay. That gives you a total of 18. Okay. There is, as you walk around the outside, you do spot a rusted ventilation grate right at the apex of the roof. You could certainly try and climb up there if you wanted to, but it would be a fairly difficult climb. Because you got that, you are aware that there is evidence of foot and finger marks indicating that somebody did climb up. If you want to give me an investigation check to actually properly investigate it, you can do. Or you can call somebody else in to have a look as well.
I mean, I'll take a look while I'm here.
Sure.
Somebody climbed up the wall.
Potentially. Yeah, I want to see. It's a 13.
Team 13 outside.
Team 13.
Whoa.
All you get is that there's somebody scaled this. You can't get any more than that.
That's all right.
We know someone was able to scale
but
it,
I see.
so that tells us something about the person that did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the grate at the top, is the grate open or closed?
But it appears to be closed at the top.
At the moment. Okay, cool. And you said it was rusty. Rusty in a way as in one would think you can't move it, or just rusty as in that's just for flavor. That's just description.
It looks like it might. Well, it looks rusty. Whether that has any effect on the opening, the ability to open, or any potential stealth with openings, you don't necessarily know. You might need to get up there for it.
Maybe it's rusted all the way through and would be real easy to.
If you wanted to, you could certainly try.
But we already have gotten in because locks have been picked, so I don't need to do that. So I will just take in this information and keep going around.
I'm also going to point out to Dax that we may not want to leave extra evidence at this crime scene that links back to us if we can help it.
Yeah, I never said I was going to do it. I was just thinking out loud.
You had a look in your eye. You had that look in your eye. I know that look. How long have we known each other?
You're the one with the metal legs. I could punch it. You could kick it.
You punch, I kick. Okay. Those who are going inside, the Rat King was not wrong. It is starting to smell like death in here. If there's ever a cooling system in this building, it is long broken. By the heat of day tomorrow, this smell is going to be big enough that it is going to be out into the nearby streets and then some. Right now, it's just going to make the investigation a little bit unpleasant. Obviously, Doctor, you're a little bit more used to it than other people, but it is still fairly overpowering.
I will reach into my pack and bring out my plague mask and put it on.
Nice. There are a few clockwork lamps around the place, giving a little bit of light, but it's not visible through the fairly decent sealed door and the lack of windows. The place has been turned into a home to a degree. Nothing of value whatsoever. Bittersea, as your very practiced eyes scan over it, you could probably sell everything that's visible in here for about $6, if that. And dollars do not equal gold pieces. The rough equivalent is divide by 6. So one of the things they say if you are trying to work out the cost of anything, divide it by $2,024 / euros divide that by 6, and that's how much it costs in Shadow City dollars.
Does denomination go that small?
For some people.
I'm going to say that seems unnecessarily complicated. Let's just call money.
If I take it.
I think from a designer standpoint, I think it's so they don't have to come up with prices for every single thing that somebody might want to buy. If you want to buy a car, then you just do that equation sort of thing, rather than saying, here's how much it would cost to buy, and then a long shopping list. I get why they've done it.
So before anyone approaches the body, I just want to sort of take in the room. Is there anything that might be dangerous or could trip on that kind of thing?
Right, so I'll describe it for you. So there is a large room that was clearly once some form of office. It has a kitchenette set off to one side. There's a second-hand desk on the other and a meagre bed at the back. Based on the shape of the building, there is a door in the back corner, and it probably leads to a small bathroom of some description. The most obvious thing is the former resident lying in a trail of blood between him and the desk. It looks like he was maybe shot at his desk and didn't quite manage to crawl to the door. He has several obvious wounds in his back, including you don't even need to be a doctor to realise the rather large one in his skull might have been fatal. He is lying face down, and he's about a body length away from the door. So we've got various things you can look at. You've obviously got the floor, you've got the body, you've got the rest of the room, and you've obviously got the desks.
I suppose I'll approach the body if someone else wants to do something else.
Okay. So the doctor's going to start checking over the body. Who else is doing what?
He's going to walk past the doctor, kind of having you deal with the stink. But like touching on the shoulder with it, you do your thing. Again, already casting guidance just to be there. And I'm going to have a quick look at the desk that he was probably sitting at.
Okay, so
is there a big
desk?
Splatter? What's happening? The whole thing.
Yeah, cool. Who else has gone inside? Gadwall, you're a private eye. What are you up to?
I also want to root around in the desk and see what's up.
Okay, so Cormoran and Gadwall are going to start shuffling through some documents. Dax, are you poking your head in at this point?
Once the perimeter is secure, then I'll take a look in. But
Okay.
I think I mostly kind of want to be in lookout mode.
Makes sense.
I'm here if anyone has any questions and thinks I could have an expertise, but mostly that's what I'm doing.
Okay, and last but by no means least, we've got two left. We've got Bittersea and Larkin. So Bittersea, what are you up to?
General investigations, specific place, looking for maybe things that seem out of place, clues and stuff.
So like the rest of the room sort of thing. Okay, cool.
Things that Bittersea would see, but no one else would.
Can I also take a look through the house to see if I can see where that grate leads, like from the other side?
Sure. Okay. It leads into the main room itself. There's effectively two rooms of this. One is the main, used to be an office, which has obviously got the bed, the desk, the dead body, some crates of belongings that you might want to have a look into. But it goes into that. It doesn't go into the bathroom itself. So it basically goes into the main area. It does not appear to have a grate on this side. You don't know whether that's because it's missing or just because there's not a grate on this side of the wall.
That's not so great.
Doctor, can you give me a medicine check, please?
I guess I'll just to play it out a wee bit. I'm checking over the body, looking under the fingernails and along the side, checking the neck, and obviously I can see the head. And I just turn to the room. He is dead. You have no idea how hard it was to keep a straight face for that. Right, anyway, sorry. Yes, a medicine or investigation roll?
Medicine, please. Now, if memory serves, you've got the ability to add stuff to this, don't you?
Yes, I do. Are you sure it shouldn't be an investigation roll?
You're adding a D4 to that.
Yeah, I'm
Adding a D4 for
definitely adding
starters.
a D4 to that.
Are you sure you didn't roll a d4 to get that 3 in the first place?
Yeah. So
Okay, so up to 15. If memory
I've got my
serves,
superiority die.
you can add a single superiority dice to any wisdom or intelligence checks after you
Yeah.
have seen the result of the
So
roll.
I'll add another.
I think your aren't your superiority dice
Oh, they're D8, aren't they? At level 5, I think.
They are D8s,
Yeah.
yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I think with it being an incorrect roll face, you should roll all of it again.
Only that last one. Nice try.
Okay, so 3 plus 4 plus 11, 15, 18.
Okay, 18. You get the middle one. So Carlo's a man in his early middle age, skinny, slightly undernourished. He has some scars and an Iron Union provided left arm that has been torn up by the attacks that killed him. His clothes are inexpensive but fairly well kept. Jacket was off and hung by the door, but otherwise he's still dressed, so it was likely he was killed just after coming in or just before heading out. The 6 wounds are in his body. 2 in the legs, 2 in the arms, 1 in the back, and 1 in the head. Are all arbalest bolts, but they have been yanked out post-mortem. The leg wounds look like they were probably first to stop him from running, and came from opposite sides of his body. In fact, unless he spun around in the fight, the arm wounds also suggest an attack from either side. The back and the head wounds are likely because to finish him off whilst he was on the ground. The temperature and rigidity suggest that he's likely been dead at least all day today. The wound to his head, probably the final cause of death, is messy, as if the bolt was hard to yank out. Damage to the skull in this process seems to be a little bit more than a normal hand could do, which to your trained eye would suggest maybe a prosthetic right arm. And that's all you get from the body. Because you can't roll
I
for
can't
toffee,
roll
it seems.
I cannot. Okay, I've got my thoughts on that, but we'll come back to that, I guess.
Bittersea, if you'd like to give me your choice in this particular instance, an investigation check, or you could even roll insight if you wanted to, as you scan the rest of the room.
I will do investigation. Are you giving me guidance?
I think this is all happening
yeah,
at the same sort of time. So Cormorant cast guidance on her way past. Damn!
That's how you roll.
Gordon, take notes.
Now the
I am
Now
taking
the
notes. It's not helping.
you don't have any ability to bump that at all, do you?
do. I have skilled sneak. Allows me to add.
You do, yes, of
I
course.
have a 1d6 that I can add to any dex int or whiz check after I've seen the results, but I reduce my sneak attack dice by 1.
That's neat.
For those wondering at home, the sneak attack dice do recharge at the start of an encounter. So it's a nice. To be fair, I quite like it as a mechanic. It gives the rogue type class a resource that they can use during non-combat encounters. Finite resource, but it does not stop the sneak attack. So as soon as we roll initiative, Bittersea's back up to full power. So it's a nice little thing there. 23. Do you want to see whether you can hit the upper DC?
Let's do it, shall we?
Hey!
A very subtle
Use those
hint there from the
resources.
GM, sorry.
I have reduced my sneak attack dice by 1, so that
Boom.
is a
Total of
28. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. The room is kind of a weird chaos of old crates and salvaged furniture. It looks like a particularly poor university student's off-campus housing sort of thing. Nothing of value is left prominently. There are some piles of documents which may be worth investigating, but before you even start pointing it out, you see Gadwall and Cormorant basically making a beeline for it. The desk contains more documents that also might be worth looking at, and the revolver that he never got to the desk drawer to open. as you look at it, you realise that the revolver has actually been unloaded, which is odd because people don't usually leave unloaded weapons. What's the point of having a pistol for defense if you've got to load it? Next to the desk is a large empty crate that was probably serving as a dinner table from the stains on it. It's been pushed a short distance based on the dust track on the floor from where it looks like it was until recently. Also, based on how the dust has been disturbed behind it, it's likely it was pushed forward, maybe to create a hiding space. Once you go back there, you see 5 bullets neatly lined up on the floor behind the crate. It's you very quickly realize you have found Carlo's missing ammunition. There are other disturbed crates on the opposite side of the room, closer to the bed. It's possible that another assailant hid there to attack him from the other side. Behind where they stood, there's also scratching on the brickwork that could imply that someone used them to climb them up to a vent at the apex of the roof. The very same vent that you saw Dax stick his head in and go, "Oh, all right." Might have been part of a powered air system once upon a time. Because you've hit the high DC, you also detect a very faint smell of gunpowder, which is strange because the doctor has already basically has been effectively rattling off what he's found as he goes along, and these are arbalest wounds. They are not gunpowder wounds. And of course,
sorry,
there was no, Carlo didn't get to his firearm and it hasn't been fired, so that's curious. And finally, just because you find $492 in various bills, in a trick slat of one of these seemingly random crates. You could get to it fairly quickly if you had to, but it was fairly hard to find it. So well done.
I'm pocketing that.
I thought you might.
Just as a quick moment that Cormorant also just glances over to the doctor, how old is this guy, roughly?
You said he was quite young, didn't you? Relatively young.
Early middle age.
Early middle age, sorry. So what, 30-ish?
Yeah, early 30s.
Yeah.
For those people who are early 30s and feel offended by being called early middle age, welcome to my world.
No,
I can't
I'm
even
late
argue early anymore.
And, so I take deep offence at that statement.
I feel early middle age.
Well, some of us give our age to begin with a 4.
So this guy.
I pulled my back emptying the dishwasher the other day, so that's where I'm at.
When people say, "How old are you?"
I walk
say,
with a stick now.
I am of the age where getting out of bed requires at least 2 movements and a noise.
I'm not even joking. This I'm actually ashamed to admit this. I actually pulled my back sitting in bed. I was sat in bed. I was just sat there, and my neck just suddenly went, and I was like, "What's happening with my life? What is going on?" Yeah. So hey ho.
Anyway, in this fantasy game where we don't have these problems, let's go.
Yeah. So the guy clearly wasn't robbed.
Oh no, Dax has back problems. Carrying around that metal arm on one side, his spine is probably like...
Yeah, you said that the arm was damaged.
Both sides.
Of this guy. Including his iron arm. He has an iron arm and it's damaged.
I mean, unless he's been out doing something, come back hurt, and then somebody's finished him off. It looks to me like there's been multiple assailants, so it wasn't one person because he was shot from both sides. So if it was one person, I don't know how you get shot from both sides, unless he maybe spun or something and just kept getting shot. It seems like multiple people.
Something small was hiding behind this crate. Small enough to steal the man's bullets, or at least 5 of them. Revolvers in this game have 5 bullets?
Why do they light up? That's so weird.
It was it was enough for
Oh,
it was a normal sized human could crouch behind this and hide behind it.
No, what I was
Okay.
wondering is why would they line the bullets up? I mean, it's very bizarre. Why not just take the bullets, or I don't know, just take the gun? They've specifically lined them up. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that.
four of them.
Are they normal bullets?
Do they match the gun? Are they for the gun? Or are they special or something?
They certainly fit in.
Do they fire? Just fire a couple shots to check. Oh. Yeah, that's normal
The
gun.
cops are already on their way.
Yeah, guns do have the gun. So guns, there is a mechanic in here called conspicuous. If you're gonna fire a gun, it's guns to be loud, which is probably why they didn't use guns in this murder. One of the things is possible they were put where they were because, of course, if they're any other way, they might roll around and make a noise. So putting bullets neatly means unless you knock them over, they are not going to automatically roll and cause noise.
Oh.
So it's probably one of the quieter ways to hide them.
So they were behind the cab. They were behind like this chest cab, not sat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, behind the crate. Yeah, they were basically hidden where possibly looking at from your bet. Because the wounds are from two sides, and because Bittersea found potential two places of hidden, it's plausible that there were two assailants simultaneously.
Yeah. Okay.
So, team documentation.
Can I just quickly ask something? I've got the chance to cast Detect Magic in my character sheet, but it somehow wants to incorporate a successful Wisdom Perception roll.
Right. So you can cast Detect Magic as a ritual or with your spell slots. If you do a Wisdom Perception roll, you can decide. So rather than casting Detect Magic, you can instead do the Perception roll. If you roll high enough, then you might realize that there's something mystical here. Therefore, you can justify casting Detect Magic. So rather than I cast Detect Magic, what do I see? If you don't want to use the 10 minutes or use the resource, you can do almost like a mythic sense sort of thing. And then I'll be like, I want to cast Detect Magic. You get a slight sense of the mystical here, or it might be you don't pick up anything, depending on obviously what you roll.
I was going to say I'm just going to use a spell slot for it. I think.
Well, so if you do the perception roll first of all, if you roll high enough, then you might get a hint as to whether it's worth it or not. Is the point? That's
I was just mainly thinking the moment that the bullets were lined up, I was thinking something odd is going on here.
Same.
And also being the only person to actually maybe have that in the back of the mind that maybe something extra is going on, that it would just be a nature thing to do it anyways. So yes, I'm happy to roll
if somebody
perception.
brings it to Bittersea's attention, Bittersea would point out that if you are, if for whatever reason you want to put bullets somewhere without them rattling around, that's how you put them down.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's
Well,
less of
give it
a
a
it's less of a
perception check.
ritualistic. These bullets are in the shape of it. No, it's literally I need to put something conical down, or with like a flat base and a bullet shaped casing. If I put them flat on the flat base and line them up neatly, knowing where they are, I'm not going to lock into them. They're not going to roll around and roll out when I'm trying to hide. Okay. It's less of a ritual mystical thing and more of a practical hiding thing.
Got you.
So yeah, if you want to give me the mythic sense perception check to see whether you want to spend that spell slot, that's one of your class features.
It's a horrible roll.
10. You are looking around and you can't decide one way or another on a 10, I'm afraid. Incidentally, have you decided what spectrum you are currently aligned to?
Yes, I think that I would have just taken blue as to start off with, going into the rat's den.
Okay.
Rat King's den. So I guess that would still be the same one. Just need to quickly reread that because I don't think that is relevant.
It's not. No, just so I know.
Okay, yeah. You're just thinking, is blue relevant right now? Am I missing something?
Could I ask a quick question then? So, I know I've obviously done the medical examination from him. Now I'm just sort of stepping back. Obviously, I will have dealt with bodies and stuff and helped people in this sort of this districty kind of thing before, given my sort of secrecy bit. Is it in any way, is this like a message or what am I trying to say? Is it like the body's being left as a message? Has it been laid out in any way to say, hey, we're basically trying to intimidate you, or tell you we can get to you, or something? I guess something like that.
Possibly. I mean, we've still got the, so bit of C scan out the room. You've still got the actual, the floor is still part of the crime scene, which nobody's really taken a decent look at.
Okay,
so if you want to have a look at that next, you can.
Yeah, please, because you said there was a blood trail from the desk, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll investigate that if that's okay.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that after the nosy busybodies are rifling through somebody's mail. So Gadwall and Cormorant, how do you want to do this? You want to roll individual ones, or do you want to combine forces and do effectively roll an investigation or history check together?
I'll aid. I'll help.
Okay. So Gadwall, roll me an investigation check, and obviously Cormorant, roll me that D20, and then Gadwall can decide which one they want to use. Probably the higher, but you never know.
That first die.
Okay, so can you beat an 11? 12!
Yes, I can.
A total of 17 for Gadwall then, yeah?
What's this?
Okay. So Carlo kept documents stored in various places around the room, some even shoved in an empty refrigerator of all places. They're a mix of handwritten journals that seem like minutiae of his daily interactions, various newspaper clippings, scrapbooks along the themes of crimes and unions, and many typed letters that seemed like contacts are sending him information. There are gaps in the information, though. That even as how disorganized it is, it seems like someone's stolen at least a handspan of pages from his journals from a couple of places given the holes. There is a stray invoice from a warehouse across the street for a shipment of pallet steel pipes. So Breaker Pipes is the name of the warehouse across the street, and there's a pallet of steel pipes going to 12420 Main Street. It seems recent, but there's nothing else that seems to be related to that. So 12420 Main Street. If flicking through the journals, it's like probably random dates throughout the last 6 months have been ripped out, as well as a lot of the stuff recently. And the last thing you pick up is a few of the cabinets feature scratches from metal fingertips. Whilst Carlo does have a mechanical arm, it's the right arm fingerprints as opposed to the left arm, and certainly seems to be a different size of Carlo's fingerprints.
I was going to say, these arms are cast iron, kind of clunky workman's arms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The more precise ones are the brass arms. The iron ones are less dexterous and more strength. This is almost certainly something which is less strength and more dexterous.
Yeah.
There is one document that appears to be shoved into a recent journal, which completely and totally throws you, because it is not like any of the other documents you're flicking through. It is a redacted military report about the death of one Omar, O-M-A-R, Mocci, M-O-C-C-I. 10 years ago, deployed to Thalassia, T-H-A-L-L-A-S-S-I-A, which is a country that you are all aware of. There was combat there about 10 years ago. Apparently, Omar Mocci was part of the 5th Combat Group. There's a note scrawled in it in Carlo's handwriting that says, "Guess he was tortured to death. to give up the smuggling ring. He must have given up my name, but why wait to talk to me now? Question mark. Guess he was tortured to death to give up the smuggling ring. He must have given up my name, but why wait to talk to me now? And that's all you can get from flicking through the notes.
Okay.
So we've got someone working in smuggling. He's got invoices for pipes.
Pipes.
Maybe that's related. Whatever you ship in the pipes can be a thing. And well, smuggling ring and stuff. But he was clearly involved. This Garlow guy, right? Am I reading that right?
Possibly.
Why don't we ask Dax if they know anything about this kind of operation? Maybe if they heard something, maybe. Didn't they work for the Rat King as well?
Well, he's standing right there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, yeah. I suppose if I was in character, I don't know if I've heard you describing all this, but I imagine you've said this to the group, shall we say?
Okay.
I'm still looking up at the grate. I'll bet I can get up there.
Was Dax military? I can't remember.
Nah.
No, it was more just being rat because you basically work for the Rat King, right? So it was more.
No.
On the way back.
Bittersea does.
Sorry, Bittersea. Yeah, sorry, Bittersea. I'd maybe ask Bittersea. Bittersea, does this ring any bells for you? I mean, this smuggling business, is this something that he was involved in?
Bittersea, you've heard rumours that the Rat King was ex-military. I mean, he certainly handles himself well enough. You've no idea about his actual history, though. So anything that was from anything from a 10-year-old military report, there's the Rat King himself has purposely made sure that nothing about his history is known. But was he in the military? I mean, if you're a betting person, sure. He handles himself well enough.
Might be a good idea to take that with us as well.
It's already in my pockets.
Is
big pockets,
is
good.
Gladwell literally just stuffing all of this? Right.
Yes, absolutely.
And last but not least, let's do the floor as the Doctor continues. So this is an investigation check, you'll be pleased to know, or survival, should you so desire.
No, I think investigation. Okay.
Oh my god!
I'm going to put a superiority die into that as well. So yeah,
18. I mean, I'll be generous. Is anybody who hasn't done anything so far wants to aid in this investigation to try and roll a higher than 5 on a d20?
I don't seem to see my pity dice anywhere. I think you've maybe left them out.
Is anybody going to aid in this entire? So is Dax or Larkin going to help out on this one? I'll help Gordon along because he can't roll for shit.
We're outside, but I could shout encouragement through the window.
Well, Dax did say he was poking his head in, so
no, I'm on the street, but I'm happy to shout encouragement through the window.
Oh yes.
You want to do like bardic inspiration in retrospect?
The version of bardic inspiration is like, hey, you can do it. I'm getting bored. Get on with it.
Hey, look, there's blood on the floor. There's blood right here.
You know what? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. So you're up to 18 so far. What's the bardic inspiration? What's the encouragement?
Oh, sorry, I messed up. It shouldn't have been a D4. It should have been a D8.
It should have been a D8.
Yes,
this is true.
We'll have a
D8.
Okay.
And that was a pretty bad superiority die.
So actually, that's 21 now. Is that? Yeah, that's 21.
Okay, you're up to 21. Yeah. You happy with 21?
You can have a D8 for me as well if you want.
Yeah. I'm trying to judge Face's
Doctor
reaction.
doesn't need your dice.
I'm trying to judge Face's reaction here. Yay! Yes, I'm happy with maybe 21. Unless I can get help, I can get help. So what was that help that I got from?
Larkin gave you encouragement, which is a D8, I believe.
D8.
Right, so another D8. Okay. Yay, petty dice. Yes, petty dice. So that would take me up to 27.
27. Okay. So, Lacala was first shot over by his desk and then dragged himself towards the front door. There is a tremendous trail of blood. Few weird mechanical pieces smashed on the floor near the desk that are not part of his arm. So, like a small, maybe like a Tupperware container amount of really quite intricate pieces.
Okay.
Wounds on his body match the trail. The blood is the thickest in the two trails if he was bleeding from his legs, then his non-prosthetic right arm as he crawls across the room. The pool of blood underneath him looks like he took his chest and head wound at the same spot once he came to a rest rather than having it while he was moving. He was trying to scrawl something in his own blood near the start of the trail, and that might have been why they shot him in the arms. Didn't get very far, just a single line that matches the smudge of blood on his right index finger. But he probably knew something about his killer that he was trying to pass on. The edges of the blood pool were actually wiped away originally before more blood spread and covered them up. Since the arbalest bolts are missing from the body, it's likely the killer stepped in the blood while recovering the ammunition, but when they cleaned up, did not leave bloody footprints on the way out. Professionals, or at least observant killers. But there are tiny smudges of blood the killers didn't clean. There were two of them, and they walked towards the back wall together, where there's a fairly easy climb up to the air vent out of the room.
Okay. You said there was interesting pieces on the ground.
Yeah.
Do I recognise them? Are they pieces like mechanical, like gears and cogs or stuff, or is it something I just wouldn't recognize?
It's gears and cogs and stuff, but it does not remind you of anything from the medicine. It doesn't look like anything that you've dealt with in your official capacity at all.
All right, well, what I'm looking at, I guess I'll pick it up and I'll just say, I've never seen anything like this. Any of you, is this something you've seen before? I'll show it to the rest of the group.
Would I recognize any of those?
If anyone wants to give me, let's say, a Tinker's Tools check, probably the easiest thing. Larkin, you would roll yours for inexplicable reasons with advantage.
I do have. Yes, I do. I was just about to say that.
Sorry, the what now?
Tinker, in this instance, it'll just be an intelligence. And if you are proficient in Tinker's Tools on your paper character sheets, then obviously add your proficiency modifier. Okay. Gadwall, when you're looking at it...
It won't let me, by the way.
Okay. What, roll with advantage?
No, so I click intelligence and it says I can't roll because there's no combat currently happening.
Did you roll initiative?
Sir.
No, I've got where it said intelligence.
I is initiative. INT is
I'm
intelligence.
sure I'm clicking the right thing.
It's
Let me close my sheet.
It's
and
one
open it
here.
again. I'm closing my sheet and opening it again. I just
It's one here.
I can't see what you're talking about. There you go. Well, that's in.
You're doing that in my sheet, I think.
Okay. So between Gadwall and Larkin, a music box.
Hmm.
Music.
That's such a strange description.
Music box.
This is a broken music box.
Oh, the bits are still there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
The bits that
Does it look like it just like fell over and broke, or that it was smashed?
probably smashed when it hit the floor. You could probably surmise that it was either like picked and grabbed and thrown, or it was just knocked off as part and parcel of the of Carlo's struggling.
So we're kind of thinking that Carlos was sitting at the desk doing something, and then these assailants popped out, hit him from two sides. He's effectively stood up, tried to write something, crawl away, and then been finished off effectively. I think that's the picture we're looking at here, and then they've escaped via the vent. Roughly, I think what we're looking at.
Seems to be fairly the vent that Dax found.
Yeah.
I'm
Good
sorry.
job, Dax.
What was your name again? The touching on Gadwall's shoulder. Do you think you can repair it?
Gadwell, by the way, I could try, I suppose. Start scooping up all the little bits.
Yeah. That's certainly something.
Maybe
if you want to try that during your downtime during the day, sure.
Maybe this holds a clue as to what this guy was into, anyways. So
press play on the music box. Press play on the music box. So here's the killers, right?
I mean, honestly.
So I suppose the next question is: do we want to stay here, or do we want to get out of here before the cops arrive?
Time to leave, I think.
I mean, is there anything else we should kind of investigate now? Steal now, add to the list of felonies.
Have you checked under the mattress?
Bittersea's spun the thing. Bittersea found almost $500. She's spun this area pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, the place.
Not that any of you know that she's found $492.
If we're thinking of heading out, Dax is gonna just go into his pockets and pull out a thing of baby wipes, pull one out, put it back in his pockets, and start wiping down the desk. And just go, we don't want to leave fingerprints.
Okay.
Wipe.
You know what? I'm not even going to question why Dax has baby wipes.
Dax has kids.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning it. Okay.
Baby wipes are amazing.
Quite clever.
Okay, so how many felonies are we up to now, Cormorant?
So we've got breaking and entering, or we've got breaking in, we've got stealing the money, which Bittersea has done, and then us most definitely stealing a man's post. I am still on the fence over is stealing the broken music box not just part of the other two, really.
I mean, to be fair, you've got the count of burglary. You don't need to stack it with multiple things whilst inside. You've got one instance.
That's
of burglary,
kind of what I was thinking. I feel like infringement on privacy, we've got theft, and we've got breaking and entering.
Technically, we've got burglary. All we've really got so far is burglary. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Well, in that case, everybody, I think it's time to leave. Don't you?
I never came in.
It is get.
All done.
Yeah.
Are you locking the door? Are you pulling the door just closed? Are you locking it? What are you doing? I mean, Bittersea rolled high enough on her previous check. I'm not going to make you roll for it.
I think I'll just. For me anyway, my character would just step outside and take his mask off. He thinks everything's fine. He's done nothing wrong in his mind.
Okay. It's getting closer to the time that you really ought to be kind of heading back before curfew really kicks in. So if you want to interview anybody, I suggest you split up and speak to people. There's 3 possible places to go.
There we go to 12420 Main Street. Actual address to go to.
You've got that one, but by the time you get there, it is almost certainly going to be too late. That's probably going to be a night 2 sort of thing, because you do have a finite amount of time. So as I said, you've got the bodega, you've got the person you've got the potential witness from the warehouse window, and you've got if somebody's hanging around in the car. So split up 3 teams of 2. Anybody want to go anywhere in particular?
Well, I've been outside the whole time. Have I seen anybody coming and going from that car? Or any activity there at all?
Give me a perception check.
I will. I love a wisdom-based roll.
You do have proficiency in perception.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, but I'm still a -1 to wisdom.
That's what.
But hey,
I mean,
nat 20, baby.
technically, you haven't hit the DC because the DC's 20.
Hilarious
help?
stuff.
But it's a nat 20, and I feel really bad.
The best you can do will never be good enough.
I didn't realize you were on a minus. I thought you had a proficiency in perception.
Perception?
Is this the first nat
No.
20th game?
Yeah.
Nope. Don't have proficiency in
Think so.
perception.
You don't.
Nope.
All right. You rolled
You
that.
gotta give it to him.
I've got to give it. Yeah, there is across from the street. You do see somebody that appears to be doing their absolute best and very well. It turns out, hiding in the shadows. So not in the car itself, but kind of like skulking nearby. Really well skulking. Just apparently not well skulking enough. So we've got the skulking dude, we've got the bodega, and we've got the warehouse. Anybody want to go do any in particular?
I think at this point, Gadwell is feeling a bit snackish and needs to go to the bodega.
I was
Gadwell-
also thinking the bodega for very similar reasons.
Okay,
I was thinking to
was
say
not
the same
kidding.
thing. Like, do they still serve food?
Okay,
Why
so
is that
Gadwell and Dax are
breakfast
going to the
thing
bodega
important
with
to you?
money to buy snacks for everyone.
I want to skip around the buildings if I
everyone.
can and sneak up on the hiding dude.
Okay, you're going to sneak up on the hiding dude. Is anybody going to go with you?
I'm not waiting for anyone.
Have you communicated this to anybody, or are you just going for it?
No, I've probably done it. I'm probably doing it before you guys have even left the building.
Well, in that case,
Okay.
if I'm playing it true to character, I would have gone to the car since I kind of spotted that coming in, and my thinking was maybe I could help this guy, and in exchange for that, he'll actually give me some
Okay,
That's good.
cool.
You can be the distraction for me.
we'll
then.
like it. Yep.
This sounds like a plan, which I guess leaves Bittersea and Cormorants to go up to have a chat with the anybody in the warehouse. Cool. And you know what we will do? You know what we'll do? We'll give me a stealth check, please, Larkin. I want to see how well you get.
I'm not terrible at these. Just regular. 19 total.
19 total. Okay. The as you get closer, it is a young man, probably mid-late teens potentially. He has got. He's clearly cut his own hair, but he's specifically trying to make it look like everybody else's. And he's wearing incredibly basic grey clothes that are not standing out to anybody in any capacity. Almost the opposite of you in that respect. Does not want to be seen, doesn't want to be caught. He is basically keeping his eyes fixated right now on the good doctor who's just left and is walking over and taking off the plague mask and is starting to peer into a car. He has not spotted you in the slightest.
So I've gotten into the alleys. I've come around the building and up behind him, and I will come right up to him and just maintain his gaze out to the car and say, "What are we looking at?"
What the fuck?
Whoa!
He kinda like
Nervous.
Jumps. What the? Oh, for crying! Oh, gee. Oh, may the God. Fuck.
You seem on edge.
What?
Take one of these, and I take a little baggie out, and the pill out, and hold a pill out to him.
He instinctively reaches out for it and then just like stops himself and goes, "Well, no. Who are you and what are you trying to give me?"
I just got the bag. Honestly, not sure, but I'm Larkin. You're weirdo skulking in the shadows. I thought you might be lonely. I just wanted to see what you were all about.
Right. Well, I best be going.
Oh, well,
And he
we're
kind of,
just getting
like,
to know
starts
each
to
other.
turn to leave.
We're just getting to know each other. Come on.
Give me an insight check.
I'm gonna give him one of my encouragement dials. Oh, insight check. I'll do that. I'll do my
Yeah.
sneaky thing in a bit. Insight. Oh, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm great at those.
Yes.
Another nat 20 for a 19 total.
Fix.
You've rolled 3
Right,
19s now.
right. Whose stream is this again? Sorry, I just.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
To be fair, if this wasn't my foundry, I would be calling bullshit and hackery. He is clearly scared, but it's more of a case of scared of, people noticing him and spotting him and accosting him, not, oh no, I'm being caught in the wrong place. He's basically, he's skittish, and he still looks like he's about to try and make a move away, sort of thing. So he's still like, I'm just gonna go. Thanks for the offer, but I'm just gonna. And he still starts trying to back away. Like,
I'll take the pill myself. And then I'll say, hey, look, we're just poking around, looking for a friend of ours. That's all it is. So, you don't have to be worried about us. We're not here. No, I'm not. And for a start, it's just me. Like that lot, they're a bit scary, but it's just me here right now. Why don't you and I just talk? We can go further in the alley if it makes you feel better.
give me a persuasion check.
All right, now I will give him one of my encouragement dice so that I get advantage on this roll.
I mean, I think generally you can only. I think your persuasion is high enough. I think you can actually only fail on like a 1 or a 2.
Doing it anyway.
Why would you say that now, though?
Of course I said that now.
28.
All right. 28. He immediately kind of like relaxes and goes, "Oh, all right, fine. If you're after looking after Carlo, if Carlo was a mate of yours, then he's a mate of mine.
Great.
Should we? I mean, if you want, I've got some gear in my car. If you want to have a sit down, I've got a bit of booze, maybe, if that's what you want.
Maybe I shouldn't mix, but yeah, sure.
Right, sound. And he basically, all of a sudden, bold as brass or anything, having been encouraged by this very attractive-looking individual, just walks straight towards the car where the doctor is currently peering into the windows. Excuse me, and starts kind of like walking up to the car. Doesn't get keys out of his pockets, but you can like see him go to the car handle and then thump the back panel twice and then jimmy it up, and then the door opens up. Right, I think I've got some vodka in here somewhere. Hey, here we go. And leans in, grabs a vodka. The dirtiest glasses you've ever seen. And he pours a couple of shots, one for him and one for yourself, Larkin, and hands it over to you and goes, I'm sorry, I've only got the 2 glasses, I'm afraid.
He's clearly sleeping in this car, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is his home, effectively.
That's okay. I carry some embalming fluid with me, so I'm good. Thanks.
So, friend of Carlos. Not seen him around recently. Is he? Is
that why you're staying in your car?
He up to trouble? Is he in trouble or anything?
Yeah. Is that why you're staying in your car? Are you hoping to stay with Carlo?
Oh no, I sometimes crash with Carlo, but he wasn't answering the door last night, so this is my home away from home.
Ooh, rough. Been there.
Yeah, it's fine. I just came back from, doing what you do, and came back and found you folks outside my mate's house. So I was just waiting for you to go. And then you came along and, seemed to be fairly sound.
So you only arrived recently?
I've been here for a while. Sometimes I crash at Carlo's. If he's not around, then I crash in the car. I've been around a little bit.
So how do you know Carlo? We know him from around,
Well, I'm doing some jobs, you know what I mean? Doing some jobs sometimes. Like, for example, why I wasn't here last night, right? Why I wasn't here last night is because Carlo asked me to have a look at some place. Aye. You weren't expecting that, were you? Didn't think I could be like a lookout or a spy or a scout or something. I've got skills, man. I've got mad skills.
That's probably why Carlo wanted to speak to us. He had some sort of racket going on. He wanted some more extra hands.
Oh, you know about the 1242 Main Street Welders, do you?
Oh, I mean, vaguely. We didn't know. You know, like you say, he's not about, so he couldn't fill us in on all the details.
I'm just keeping an eye on it for him. Lots of people with like those metal arm things.
Am I
Like-
nearby enough to hear this conversation going as well?
Yeah, you're with
Oh,
me.
right,
As
okay.
far as I'm
We've just
concerned,
wandered
you're
over.
the doc-
We've like wandered over mid-conversation almost.
I say,
Yeah.
I'll go in then with them. Well, I don't know about rackets. So, I mean, I don't play tennis or anything like that. I don't think Carlos did either. But if you could tell us about some of the business he was involved in, that might actually help us. Do you know what's happened to him?
Well, no, but they look right like you. They did. You know, really nice.
Posh
You know,
twats.
look like they had a fair bit of coin. You know, these people with the iron, with like the the big metal prosthetics. You know, checking in on the place.
What colour?
Whilst I was watching that warehouse, these guys dressed like they had serious wonga. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of arms and legs did they have? Were they?
Oh, I didn't see their legs, but I could see they have the there was like one of them fellas was round there just there, big mean guy leaning up all nonchalant like against the wall. He had one of those sort of arms, but much better dressed than that dude.
Is anyone else with other type of arms or legs?
I'll flash my legs. Anything that looks this nice?
Yeah,
I know.
not that I've seen, in all honesty, no.
Slowly
Oh,
edge the
okay.
skirt higher and higher.
Bittersea and Cormorant have just kind of like been standing near that door then, while the other ones are also off for food and stuff, right? I feel like we'd probably just walk up, go like, alrighty, so now that we've got our dead guy, what's the next?
What? Carlo's dead?
Can I just do a quick check? See this guy.
Oh.
Is there anything like obviously wrong with him, like medically? I know that makes sense. Like, does he have a limp? Is there anything like a rash?
Doesn't seem to be. Maybe a little bit malnourished, but not a little bit thin and a bit undernourished, but nothing particularly bad about it.
Okay. Can I? I wonder what the best way to help him is then. Do I have any food on me? I can give him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, great! Thanks. She was trying to offer me something, but I didn't know what it was. But I'll take one of those. And he like grabs the equivalent of a protein bar or whatever that you've probably got. Name's
I brought
Rafa,
back
by the way.
lunch.
Rafa, nice to meet you.
Like genuinely character thing. I brought packed lunch. Does anyone need something, by the way?
Oh yeah, because you've got the
Yeah,
cook
I'm a
facility.
I'm a priest and a cook.
This is actually a
Well,
thing. Yeah.
bring a packed lunch tomorrow.
Packed lunch tomorrow.
I was going to extend my hand and shake. I was like, well, Dr. Singh, have you heard of my clinic?
Doctor, I could tell you're all fancy like.
Yes, you seem to maybe need a bit of help with some food. If
Ah, no, I'm sound. I've got places to go, people to be. You know what I'm saying?
Quite. I didn't want to imply anything. Well,
No. I've got some friends. Bittersea. If you are kind of like, you recognise not Raffers particularly, but this guy's in the Court of Rats. At least technically.
well, you could do me a real favor. If you know anybody that needs a bit extra food or needs some help with medicine, then please send them to my clinic. I help out people.
Sound, Doc. Sound.
Is that some influence?
I mean, this is Rafa is not a group of individuals. Rafa is an individual.
Okay, cool.
Do you have any other questions you're specifically asking Rafa?
I just want to clarify, Rafa. You weren't working with the people at this location. Carla was asking you to spy on them.
Yeah. Keep an eye on it.
And not be detected or interact with them in any way.
No?
Are we? I'm just wanting to make sure we understand that right. So, because we're we're opposite the place that Carlo was.
Just on the street.
Yeah, basically you are effectively at a car that's the other side of the road from
And Carlo
Carlo's
was
hovel.
next to the place he was keeping an eye on where all the pipe trading was. Oh no, sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, that's fine. Right, cool.
So the pipes came from the warehouse nearby, shipped to 12420 Main Street, which is not here, and that's where Rafa was also being asked to keep an eye on.
I would ask Rafa then what he saw at that location. What was he keeping an eye on? What did he see?
Well, the place is definitely a front for Summit. Definitely, because it looks all closed up. But as I said, you have these two geezers with lots of these big iron things dressed like they had fucking money to burn. And they just went in and out while I was there, you know?
Okay.
But, you know, nothing gets past these sharp eyes. Spot everything, ignoring the fact that literally Larkin just crept up on him.
Okay.
The obliviousness of youth. So, any other questions, or should we move to the bodega?
Yeah.
Okay. So, who's going to the bodega again? It was Dax and Gadwell. It is a small bodega on the corner of Breakers Lane and Central Avenues, built into a strip of businesses that face Central Avenue. The neighbouring businesses are a hardware store and a pet store, both clearly closed at this time of night. But the bodega serves the large population of the citizens in the area, both legitimate people on Central Avenue, as well as numerous squatters like Carlo on Breakers Lane. So it is clearly open late. It's a corner store that has windows where one can barely make out Carlo squat through it, as well as basically anybody that's turning off Central Avenue onto Breakers Lane is clearly right in front of the bodega. There are a couple of other part-time workers. One man mostly runs the shop from shortly before lunchtime until late at night by himself. As you enter into the bodega, there's like a slight jingling sound of the door as you open it up, and you see a small, weird, middle-aged man kind of like shuffle around right from the corner. He has an enormous pile of patina green dreadlocks, clearly dyed, on top of his head, and a beard that is so long and unkempt it makes it really hard to make out the pattern on his tunic. He looks to be fairly old. For Dax, you see just a number of cultural items hanging around in the shop. There's got a maze motif on it. It's like, this is kind of cool. Gadwall, you see a number of items hanging in the back of his shop, which makes it fairly obvious that he belongs to the cult of Tenebros. The maze motif is very much the cult's thing. And as you are looking, as you see that his tunic, despite being mostly obscured by this beard, has also got a maze motif on it. It looks perfectly innocent to anybody else, but to you, it's basically it might as well be the American flag on the lapel, as in to signify. Well, no, in subtlety for you, it's a red baseball hat level of subtlety, but to everybody else, they don't necessarily understand. Dax doesn't recognize it.
I'm just here for the beef
hello,
jerky.
welcome. How can I be of service? We have, I can get you some nice sandwiches, very fresh, made today. Very good stuff. I also could, if you need to, I can get you some caffeinated beverages. It is late. I fully appreciate that. Or maybe you are after some cigarettes. I do not smoke myself, he says, holding an unlit cigarette twiddling. But of course, if you wish to, we have plenty of things available to you. Thank you. And he just kind of like shuffles back away.
3 things. Beef jerky, caffeine, and do you sell nappies?
Beef jerky over there. What was the other one? Nappies? Yes, not a problem at all. You'll find them
caffeine.
on the third aisle at the very bottom there. And was it caffeine? I will brew you a cup, sir, so strong it'll melt your beard off.
I like you. And he's going to walk off to find the nappies.
Fair enough.
Can you make that 2 cups? And also, goddess be praised.
What does be placed? His voice drops significantly when he says that.
So
Do you say sugar in the coffee? Because I want sugar.
I can put sugar in the coffee for you, sir.
Thank you.
How many sugars would you like in the coffee?
Yes.
Yes.
His voice drops once more. What is somebody like you doing here?
I have some business in the area, and I was wondering if you might have seen anything recently.
There is an individual who lives across the road that I am keeping an eye on behalf of our friends back home.
I wasn't aware that we had someone to watch in this area. Is there a particular reason?
I was merely asked to keep an eye.
Right. And you mean that one, and I point to Carlos's.
Yes.
Well, your job on that might be a bit easier now. He's so dead. He's dead.
It must have been maybe what... Must have been something maybe that I said back to people back home. Maybe I should not have said something. Oh, this is
What
very
did
troublesome.
you say?
Well, he comes to the shop a few times a day. He did not come in today. I thought he might have been sick. But he came in yesterday. He had a sandwich. Canned fish, very hygienic, not for me. Bread made fresh every day from the bakery down the street. Beautiful stuff. Fine. Was wondering whether you could have enough steel pipes to connect one side of the city to the other. It is a very odd conversation. I told him an old Tisgan legend about a metal maze made out of turnstone that will drive the disloyal mad. But he did not laugh.
Sounds a bit like a great guy. Okay. Well, who did you report to? Did you just tell them his goings on, or?
Give me a persuasion check.
Sure, it has to be persuasion.
What else were you
I
aiming
don't
for?
know. Ooh.
Oh.
A 0. Oh.
Yeah.
Don't know, Face. I see a cocked dice.
I'm helping.
I'm afraid.
Get the chips.
You got
Don't
this.
forget the chips.
Are you aiding in this persuasion check?
By not being there. Yes.
I don't think that's going to give Alex the extra
You
dice.
know what? Actually, I'm going to use my signs and portents to replace that with my 18 I rolled earlier.
Hell yeah.
You can do that after
Yes,
the
I can.
fact. Nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And here's one I made earlier.
Yep. When you make any d20 roll, you may expend the ability to use the reported number instead of your actual result.
So, but when you roll the number on a d20 roll, you can expend the ability to re-roll the die and take the better result.
Well, it's
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's either or.
Or when you make a roll, you can be like, sod this.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you're declaring an 18, so a total of 17.
Yes.
Well, I don't necessarily report back to the same individual. I go and I talk to the elders, of course. But the thing that I told them was yesterday. I told them this morning that last night a very, very nice automobile dropped off Carlo. It was not the first time I have seen it, though. Maybe Carlo has done something to piss off my friends back home. Carlo's also bought in a date here a few times, just once or twice. She's young, early 20s, dark hair, fairly athletic. One of the she has an iron leg, right leg. Carlo was not into her. He was just fleecing her for information. It's very sad.
We hate to see that.
Carlo in love with nobody but money.
Oh,
Maybe that was why he was hanging out with people with very nice cars. Hmm?
Do you know the make, model, color?
Carlo.
Shade?
He was very bright, very silvery, very reflective. I did not really look at the make and model, but it was nice. And he car, which is the equivalent of like a Rolls, kind of like that sort of level of nice.
Old wealth, nice.
Sorry?
Old wealth,
Old
nice.
wealth, nice indeed. Any goddess be praised be with you. And here is your calf, good sir. I have put in 17 sugars. And he puts the two on the side.
Right. Any coffee in it?
Sorry?
Is there any coffee in it? Or is it just a cup of sugar?
Very strong coffee. If you take a sip of it, it's if you poured it on Dax's arm, there is a possibility the arm would start to melt.
This is perfect. How much do we owe you?
For friends, for free.
Dax looks confused. Looks over at Gadwell.
We go way back. We go way back.
Oh, cool. Beast, that's kind of... I'm not going to complain. I mean, these things are expensive. I'll take it.
I was thinking the same thing.
They are expensive. It is okay. As I said, for friends. For friends.
I insist, at least for the nappies. And I just slide.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And he genuflects to you. Dax, you haven't seen that type of genuflection before, but it seems it's a strange world, all sorts.
Thanks.
I do it back.
He does an awkward salute.
With his left arm, because his right arm will go clank. Okay. And last but no least, who is going to the open window and the upper story?
All right, we were going to do that. Bittersea and I were going to do that.
I'm laying face down in the street, waving my arms and legs like I'm trying to make a snow angel.
It's not snowing, but cool.
That pill just
what the hell was in that pill? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that the pill or is that just Larkin?
Yes.
Who can say at this point?
Is there?
Sure, I'll go with you. Why not?
Okay.
Is there anything to gain from this conversation that we wouldn't already know?
Well, she matches the description of the date that Carlo took in a couple of times. So she's got an iron prosthetic for her right leg.
But no prosthetic arm.
No prosthetic arm, no. To be fair, a little bit of information, but not a huge amount. But you are right, it is getting late at this point. And, it's probably time to head back and spend a day checking over notes and stuff.
Cool. How do you call it? Can we call a taxi?
Sure.
Hail a taxi?
Hey, Larkin, stick out your legs.
Right.
Get Rafi to drop us off. I mean, so if I'm lying in the road, somebody will probably have to stop just to see if I'm okay. Let me just get in their car.
I presume I could just probably call my driver, to be fair. Well, chaps, I suppose I can see you tomorrow. Are you going to call your driver to come pick you up as well, yes?
Mate.
He's walking.
Cormorant is going to be the
Ah, yes,
responsible adult that is awkwardly standing like 2 feet away from Larkin. Just kind of like, as everyone splits up, just going like, this one stopped functioning.
That sounds like a you problem.
I suppose.
I don't know who this is.
I would recognise Larkin having. Was it Larkin's leg that I?
You've
I think
done
I
both.
did? I
I've got
think I've done
both
work
my
on your
legs.
leg, so
Both my
I'll-
legs are brass prosthetics.
Yes, I'll go up to you and say, "Are your legs still bothering you? Do you need some more of that cream?"
I'll straighten up and I'll roll over.
And on that note, we will. The party goes their separate ways back to their humble abodes, or not so humble abodes, as the case may be. As that is effectively the end of the first night. So the gang are going to go off to investigate this mysterious warehouse tomorrow. As in tomorrow evening. But got a little bit of time in before we do that. So what would normally be effectively classed as downtime, I guess is one way of putting it. But this is something that's called glad handing, which is part of the investigation capabilities. Sorry, not investigation, sorry, influence capabilities. So when we talked at the beginning, how you've got effectively influence projects. So influencing or trying to gain some modicum of relationship with the police has been included in the one shot that we're running now as part and parcel of the playtest, for want of a better phrase. So during the day, during your downtime, if you want to, you can try and do things to up your influence with the police. So does anybody during their downtime want to do a bit of schmoozing with the officers?
Yes. In fact, I may have been doing that anyway. It may just be a coincidence.
Okay. So it is. So glad handing is a downtime activity. You can talk to your influence project people, people who can support it meaningfully. So this is not talking to named PCs. This doesn't go back in talking to our detective slate. This is specifically talking to random cops on the street to try and basically say, hey, we're all chummy, we're all good. If you see me around, make sure you do me a solid, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I imagine I've got quite a lot of those. There's also probably quite a few cops that
Yeah.
just kind of in casual wear who may have confessed to me that they are in fact police at some point. I tend to,
Quite possibly.
people tend to be very relaxed around me.
You have a way about you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the DC for this is 15. It can be raised or lowered if your agenda is really hard to grasp or stupidly common sense. For this, I'm going to stick at the DC of 15. So a PC can make one roll of each. So you can make one roll. You don't have to. You can make one roll of each. You can do a persuasion check, you can do an intimidation, or you can do a deception. This is basically representing your ability to convince, to scare, or to lie in the normal course of widespread politics. If you want to replace one of those with a wisdom roll instead, to see what the best way is going to handle people. If you are going to roll the best skill, if you're going to roll your favorite skill all 3 times, the DC does increase on the later rolls. For each success that you make, you roll a D6 or a 2D6 if you natural 20 it. Add them all up at the ends together, and then you add your lifestyle modifier, and that is the total progress. So if you nat 20 3 rolls, you could theoretically get 6d6 added towards your influence. If you just normal it, 3d6 towards your influence is not a bad thing at all. This takes several hours, so this is basically what Larkin is going to be getting up to during the day. So, Larkin, what rolls are you going to be making against a DC of 15?
I will do this. What were the options again? Hang on, I've got it here somewhere.
Intelligence.
It's all about charisma. All about charisma.
It's all about charisma. So persuasion, deception, or intimidation, or wisdom, should you so desire. Sorry, insights, not wisdom.
I do not desire wisdom. I would have.
You do not desire an insight. Really, I find
wisdom.
myself shocked.
Cool. Yeah, so I will do that.
So persuasion.
I think persuasion is my first go-to. Yeah, I don't, as far as I can tell, have any bonuses I can add to this. I can't add my bardic or anything to this. It's just it's not that kind of skill roll, right?
I don't. When you gain progress towards an influence project roll a dice the size of your encouragement.
Yeah, I rolled D8. I was going to say that when we got to, I get to add D8s instead of D6s.
Yeah,
maybe I can give some cream to help encourage them a bit more.
You're obsessed with this cream, Doctor. Contain yourself,
That's
please.
cream.
Have some decorum. Yeah, if I can't add anything else to it, then I will just make a straight roll, I guess. So a persuasion of 27.
Okay.
Well, I'm convinced. I don't know about you guys.
You're doing deception. You don't have. You can stop there, or you can keep rolling to get as many.
I'll keep
ones.
rolling.
You can do a.
I'll go.
So a deception,
I'll do a deception check. 12. Not as good. Bad roll.
Bad roll. As you try and lie to the cops, they see through. You're going to try and go to right at the moment. You're adding a D8, but taking away a D6. I'm assuming that you don't have to take away a D6.
I don't know. What? So it has to be something.
No. Kristen, you are not rolling a D8 instead of a D6. You're rolling a D8 in addition to the D6.
Wait, really?
That's the way I read it.
When you game books with this, roll the dice so you different die in it. Oh, yes. It doesn't say replacement, does it? No, that's true.
Huh?
It's an interesting mechanic. Is there a consequence to failure?
Oh yeah. You're pissing people off. You are decreased. You can actually have negative influence towards people.
Okay. So there is. You have to be careful a wee bit. It's not just, hey, I'll just roll. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would have
Don't
to
get
pick a
us put in
different
jail,
skill.
please.
If I want to roll a third time, I have to pick a different skill.
You've got to pick intimidation or insight, or you can go for persuasion again, but it will increase the DC by 5. So it jumps up to 20.
So the 12 is currently failing, yeah?
12 is currently failing.
So I'm adding a d6 and a d8 and taking away a d6. And let's try persuasion again.
Wow. Okay. You need to roll it. You need to roll a 10 on the dice, then, do you?
I don't know, do I?
50-50 shot.
15,
You got it.
25.
Let's go.
Hey!
We're not going to jail. Yay!
Okay. So,
Yes.
Keeping the felonies to a minimum.
what is your lifestyle?
12, so +1.
The +1. So I need from you, I need 2d6. Is it every roll you do? No, when you gain progress towards an influence project. So the way I read that is that rather than every roll you've done it, this is gaining influence towards a project.
Okay. So 1d8 and 2d6.
1d8 and 2d6. Technically, you should have got a d8 because you helped influence Detective Slater early as well, didn't you?
I didn't really do much, but yeah. You just gave me a sneaky bonus. I didn't roll any dice or anything.
I gave you, we'll leave the sneaky bonus as is. So I need 2d6 plus 1d8 plus 1.
+1. Did that roll? What the hell?
You did 2d61.
How did that happen? I just clicked the buttons.
Don't take backsies. That's
I just clicked the buttons.
I think you put the +1 a little bit too. On the plus side, you actually rolled a 61 on your d61,
Huh, weird.
which is pretty impressive, I have to say.
Do you want to keep those rolls? I assume you can extrapolate.
You've just used all our luck.
Can you extrapolate from it?
I think I prefer it if you re-rolled that.
I
I think
this should be
I don't think I
correct.
can quite
now.
extrapolate.
This should be correct. 11.
There we go. 1d8 plus 2d6 plus 1 is 11. So that puts you up to 19 on your influence level. I am going to need that
Minus a
d6
D6.
when you tried to lie to them and failed miserably
So -4.
and you lost form. So a total of 15 influence, which is still fairly low. But hey,
What's a high level?
What are the brackets? Like, when does it actually change materially?
there's no where I can find in the rulebook. There's no definitive. This particular scenario does have, if they reach influence level, that means this. If they reach this, it means this. Let's just say the upper level's higher than 15.
Okay.
Let's just say the lower level of bonuses is higher than 15.
Okay.
But I
So you're
imagine
saying
bonuses
we
are
haven't
fairly
made
good
any
then.
material progress yet?
You haven't made any material progress yet. If anybody else wants to do a little bit of glad handing, you can do a quick one if you want to try and give it a go.
Can I do insight?
Sure, you can do you can give me an insight roll. Are you just doing one of them?
If that's all right.
Boom. All right. D6. Your lifestyle modifier is a flat nothing, isn't it? So
It
just
is,
give
yes.
me a D6 and add it to it. See if you can replace the D4 that happened when Larkin started trying to lie to these people. Sorry, the D6. See if you can replace the 4 that Larkin got.
So I also have here what is called sneaky influence.
Okay, what is sneaky influence?
When you generate influence progress, you may add 1d6 to the progress. This reduces your available sneak attack die by 1, and you cannot use this ability if you know sneak attack dice left. I have 2 left, so I'm going to roll 2d6 if that's correct.
You can indeed. That's an excellent use of your skills, sir. As Bittersea, I kind of like the impression that Bittersea's basically just like standing on a street corner, just watching and learning from Larkin as Larkin goes on and says, "And I was doing," and Bittersea's like, "Yeah, all right, let's not do that one again."
Nice.
Whoa, 11 on the 2d6 there from
Nice.
Kin.
I
Okay,
26
that jumps you up to
influence.
24.
Does that meet any thresholds?
You've now reached a lower threshold.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
They won't arrest us on site.
Sorry?
They won't arrest us on site anymore.
That's basically what the lower threshold is, yes.
we're legit.
Okay,
I'll take it.
I like that the
so up to you. Yeah,
bardic and sneak and what did you have, Doctor? You've got superiority. I like they've got like non-combat, more non-combat usage.
It does feel very roleplay oriented.
It does. The game does feel like it wants to
I
encourage the roleplay.
Yeah, I am on board with it. I like that as a mechanic.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's great.
I've got a lot of time for that as a mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless anybody's doing anything else during the day, we will jump straight to night number 2.
Can I, just for fun, see if I can try and repair that music box?
Okay, so they do have a lot of crafting rules on here, which is cool. Something they have. You might need to tap up Bittersea though, because it's going to cost you about $500 worth of, worth of gear to be able to try and.
I can reduce
But
that.
where
by
would I get
10%.
$500 from?
I can reduce that by 10%.
Oh yeah.
If it is made from turnstone.
So we can both reduce it by 10%.
I think Larkin's busy because this is happening during downtime.
If I was available to help, I have eyes for flaws. When you're crafting or assisting with crafting, the crafter re-rolls 1s on both skill and progress checks.
Ooh.
You have advantage on wisdom insight checks to determine character flaws on checks to determine character flaws on wisdom perception checks to find physical weaks.
Okay.
I just add advantage on wisdom-based crafting checks. But I feel like that's a better version of what I've got.
Okay, so here's how crafting works. So we determine the price of the item determines rank, time, and difficulty. So this is rank 3, which is anywhere between 100 and 999. 6 hours per check. And I think this one needs 3 checks. So you might be able to get 2. You might be able to get 2 of them done during this downtime if you want to, Gadwall. You do, however, need a dedicated large room or garage. You need at least a lifestyle 14 for this. So I think this is where the doctor's basically going to invite you back to his place. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Got the cream ready.
Okay.
Sorry, I meant oil.
Who had the face palm from butt cream?
I had the face palm, maybe not from the cream.
Okay, so you need to provide half the cost of the item in components. So it's 5. So it's 5. You need to basically do $250 worth of stuff for this.
Okay.
The doctor might be able to cover that, or Bittersea might be generous and start giving some of the money that she just found as well.
Half and
What
half,
money?
what
All right, fine. Uh,
Yeah, half and half is fine.
so after each crafting period, so after each 6-hour crafting period, you need to roll 3 relevant tool proficiency checks at the listed DC. I think the DC for this is, let me scroll down for this. DC 14.
Okay.
So it's DC 14. Requires 10 progress to fix. Wow, okay. Now, what does that actually mean in real terms? Because sadly, the rules are all over the place. I'm scrolling up and down a lot, I'm afraid. Right, so repairing items. Minor repairs are common items, blah, 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 blah. Major repairs, okay, fine. Minor repairs of common items are usually made for free. They're not. Major repairs require a proportional cost based on the damage. Fixing clubs, so it's half wrecked. Sorry, so you need 500. I said $500 to fix it. It is sadly doesn't quite under. So the rules at the very bottom say that it needs 10 craft. It needs 10 progress, but it doesn't actually tell me how progress is calculated. So I'm going to make this shit up on the spot. And here's how I'm going to play it. You need to give me 3 crafting checks. So it's your Tinker's Tools. And then it's Tinker's Tools with Wisdom, with Intelligence, and with Dexterity. That's basically making your plan, spotting flaws, and doing it. Obviously, people can assist if they want. The DC is 14. You need a total of 10 to actually hit it. So if you get a 15, that's 1. 16 is 2. 17 is 3, and so on and so forth. So you need a total of 10 out of those 3 checks in order to repair this music box.
Okay.
If you're at my, if I'm with you, you get to reroll ones. So whether that's
Cool.
actual ones or what you said there. Ones,
No, that'll be actual ones at the rate. That'll be an actual one. So if you crit fail it, the doctor's got you back.
Now using Tinker's Tools, is that a thing I should? It'd
Do
be
you want
clickable?
guidance? Do I have to be there for
yes.
guidance?
Sorry, 2 seconds. Sammy, you're very quiet there. Were you asking about guidance on this one?
Yeah, but...
The only reason why I'm probably going to say no is because these checks are like over a period of time of like hours, and guidance is the next thing. So as of now,
It's kind of weird. You're trying to work, and Cormorant's just standing behind you with her hands.
Guidance. Every 6
Just get a
seconds,
wee-
just saying, "You got this. You got this. You
You
got this."
try and do some real delicate work, and every now and again you just get a little. Ooh, come on, I'm trying. You're not helping. You're not
If
helping.
you go to your inventory now, Gadwall, on the top, you should see under your tools. You should see Tinker's Tools.
Perfect. Okay. Come on. Okay, I need 3 of them. You said, or what?
So click on Use Tinker's Tools. I need 1 with Intelligence, 1 with Dexterity, and well, that's a fail.
That's just bad all around.
That's just bad all round.
Okay.
Do you have anything that allows you to do re-rolls with your various abilities? I have no.
No.
Don't forget your pre-battle tune-up that you've got.
Yeah, I was gonna do that next. I mean, I have expertise, but choose one of your proficient skills and a proficient type of artisan's tools. But I don't think my tools that I'm proficient in really work.
In fact, you didn't get your proficiency bonus added to that at all. Looking at that, that's just your plus. You are not. Sorry, folks. This is what happens when it's a whole brand new system. Give me 2 seconds, and I will make sure. Do you want expertise in these?
I mean,
you do get expertise. So do you want to have expertise in Tinker's Tools?
yeah, why not?
cool. In that case,
That was
since
always
that
her
was a
plan.
completely because that was a completely and totally wrong roll. Table rules are we re-roll it. So
Yeah.
I would like 3 Tinker's Tools checks now with expertise added to them.
Okay. Do I have to say which skill I'm going to use for it?
It's always which attribute you mean?
Yeah.
Just tell me when you roll. Not that it matters.
Okay.
But you've got to use 3 different ones.
All right. Let me get back to Tinker's Tools. All right. There's the first one.
Nice.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, that's straight away what 7 success. Like 9 successes almost, isn't it? If memory. No, that's everything. You've got everything in one thing. You've managed to get 10
So
progress.
like in 2 hours, I'm like, all right, here you go. Bam, done.
You know what? Sod it. Sure.
Looks
Gadwall
at
kinda,
clock,
like, sits
9
down
p.m.
and-
Yes,
Honestly, that
yes, it does.
sounds manageable.
You know,
that actually
we'll
sounds
montage
manageable,
this
that you
shit,
fix that
it's
in
fine.
2 hours.
Doctor, screwdriver,
Yeah.
stab.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm just help. I can see you're in your flow state. You're zoned in there. You've got your wee Pomodoro method going. You're like super in it. I'm just like handing you bits, turning people away at the door. This is more important. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Doctor, we're gonna lose it.
No, not now. This is much more.
Not on my watch.
It's not a watch, it's a music box.
It's the same
Okay,
thing.
when you play the music box, actually, I can.
Is there, there's music.
Oh.
We'll turn up the music for this.
Bear in mind, Twitch can't hear the music anyway.
I know Twitch should be able to hear it because I've got loads of cool music shit going on in the
Twitch
background.
doesn't
You
hear
really
that.
haven't worked out.
That
I
is
can't
so
hear it
worse.
either. I think my Foundry settings are just.
Oh, I can hear it.
That's fine. I am
It's not that
empathetic with
actual
the
music.
Twitch, so I'm with you, Twitch. I also can't hear the music.
I can hear it.
It's not actually that music that is playing because that was the dun dun dun. What actually is, you know what? It's just the Doctor and Gadwall present at this stage, isn't it?
Yep.
I would like the pair of you to give me history checks.
I'm excellent at rolling. This will go well.
Hey, you picked something I'm good at.
History.
I'm not.
Nice.
Oh wait, am I? Oh, I got
That's
that
a
right.
very-
Yes, I'm not crap. I'm not rubbish. I can roll. Sorry. I mean, yeah. You know these things.
So, the music box plays what Dr. Singh recognizes to be a funeral dirge. But a funeral dirge that's very popular in Thalassia, which is obviously where that military tour, where the mention of the military was.
Oh,
That's really grim. That's like the.
It
That's
doesn't
letting
necessarily-
you know
How
you're gonna
theatrical.
die.
Yeah,
that's.
He could have brought it from there, or it could have been left as a message. But then, why would it be smashed? I'm more inclined to think he had it there, and it was broken during the kerfuffle. But it was something pointing again to that military operation in Thalassia.
Honestly, you need to put 1 foot on that, and that would break. So in that kerfuffle, especially when that is already on the floor, let's say you pull that off of the desk or whatever, 1 foot, drop it, like literally just falling on your knee on top of that would just break everything.
I really want the assailants to have brought that just to like set it up on his desk and creep him out. So he hears the music first, and then he starts looking around, going, "Am I about to die?" And then
the fuck?
I mean,
and then the arbalist comes in and he knocks it off, and the guys come out of the shadow and they're just like, "Oh man, you ruined our soundtrack, man! You broke it. Now we just have to kill you to the sounds of silence. What is this? We had a whole thing planned."
They could just be incompetent assassins, as you say, and they dropped the box by mistake. I think that's a much more plausible and realistic I think that's canon now, I believe.
I mean, I'll be brutally honest. Emily's does sound more
Yeah,
fun.
that is my working theory, both in and out of character.
Okay.
I just love the idea of Assassins like setting this up to be super thematic, but they used a music box, and so it just smashes immediately, and they're like, oh.
Oh, god damn you.
Well, that's
Just hear
underwhelming.
me out. I've got this great
Okay.
idea. We'll get this music box, right? And we'll set it up. And they'll be there.
And it was one of
I mean,
them. One of them
honestly-
was really sold on the music box, and the other one
God damn it,
was
Dave!
like, dude, I told you not to do the music
That was
box.
my favourite music box, you bastard! Anyway, so that's all the downtime, I guess.
Several people had to die when we made that box, just so you know. Anybody?
Yeah, the Doctor could have been saving lives, but no, he was handing screwdrivers to Gadwall.
Worth it.
You got someone to
Yeah.
cover, it's fine.
You come out of your office
Right.
and there's just like a line of bodies.
Not again. God, every Monday. Why?
Many Bothans died to bring us. Yeah, I like that, Kim. Nice.
Really quick face. Is the pre-battle tune-up a downtime thing, or is it is
Sorry?
the pre-battle tune-up a downtime thing, or is it a whenever thing?
Let me have a quick read of it. So pre-battle tune-up as part of a short or long rest. This is effectively a long rest. You are doing your stuff during your long rest. So you've all had a long rest. Any of you spent any resources? Take them back
Does
up.
that include money?
You can improve you and your allies' gear for the next fight by cleaning, refitting, and generally fixing. You can work on a number of characters' gear equal to your con modifier. What is your con modifier? 4. So pick 2 people you don't like. Or 4 people you do, whichever way around you want to do it.
Well, is the 4
so-
counting me or not?
Does count you. Number of characters' gear equal to your con modifier. So it does include
I
you.
mean, honestly,
So-
I could be like the one that goes, here, fix my quarterstaff. I have a staff. That's all I have.
I mean,
What?
I have
to
a
be
stick.
fair, it makes no sense for cormorants to receive this.
No,
It has
that's
to
what
be
I
said.
mean.
Yeah.
I think that you can count me
I
out.
do have something that you
I have-
could use for that. I can't even say it. I can't even...
Right. So, if you have your gear
Doctor,
tuned up, not
please.
touched up, that's something else entirely. That's something that the
Yep,
doctor
yeah, I
can
can look
have.
at that.
That's what the
Something
doctor's cream is for.
Yep. Yep. If you have a pre-battle tune-up, if you use a weapon, the next attack roll with the weapon that you make, that does include punching fists, is made with advantage. It's not always, but the first attack roll you make is made with advantage. And if you have armor, the first attack roll against you is made with disadvantage. So if you have a weapon that you use and you have armor that you use, it is probably a good idea to get tuned up. Tuned up by Gadwall.
I'm happy to be counted out of this as
So-
well because I don't really have any weapons and I don't wear armor.
You have really
Fair.
cool legs, though. Maybe you can get like rocket.
I have
I could
charisma-based
replace
unarmed
your arms,
defense.
right? I'm happy to replace your. That's fine.
Which is cool, not in the face. Which I
I just
put a
have
lot of
my
time for.
charisma
for
prevents
obvious
people from hitting
reasons.
me.
If only that was like that in real life. So are you tuning up Bitter C, yourself, Dax, and Dr. Singh?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sweet.
So each of you consider yourself felt up, tuned up by Gadwall, and make so the first attack roll you make with a weapon is made with advantage, and the first time I attack you is made with disadvantage. Remind me of that because I will almost certainly forget. All right.
Yep.
We good? So you meet just after nightfall on night 2. So tomorrow night is when you need to be speaking, when you need to basically return with
An answer.
information to the Rat King. As you go to 12420 Main Street. 12420 Main Street, which is the warehouse of the invoice. Main Street winds much throughout the central of Shadow City, which is why it reaches incredibly high address as it hits the south side. It's not done in American, where they start their roads at 1,000 and each house goes up by 27 or something stupid like that. If any Americans watching this, including the ones currently in the game, that doesn't make sense. Stop it. Bad.
Yeah,
but
what
this
kind
is
of house
generally
number
just
is
a
like
really, really
one? That's not a house number. That's just a number.
It's not.
Continue.
But Main Street does in fact get up to 12,420 and then some. It is a humongous street. The warehouses here are mostly for exports and imports because they're fairly close to shipping centres. The main street here is very wide for all the trucks coming and going. Unlike the compact buildings of the neighbourhood last night, every ounce of space in this neighbourhood is allocated to some use. On the south side, there is sprawl. Vast lots of asphalt separate buildings from one another, still warm from the light of day and still reeking of the chemicals that have probably seeped into them. While trucks need no power source other than turnstone in their engines, down here they are frequently laden with all kinds of strange components of the modern industry. Also, unlike last night, the neighbourhood is clear. And it is very clear this space is busy throughout every hour of the night. Street lamps are still brightly humming, and trucks are still coming and going from every warehouse you can see. Every warehouse except the one that you're looking at. Well back from the road, it has 3 large bay doors that are shut up tight in the rest of the corrugated steel of the building's walls and roof. No sign of vehicles in the lot. A human scale door is to the right edge of the front, and a few small barred and covered windows are placed high atop the walls to let daylight in. No light escapes them from within. And just because I can, let's just turn a map on.
Oh, the dice thing automatically went there.
I did set it up. There we go.
Do you want me to go to the battle screen?
So you are at the front of the building. If I just ping there, can I ping?
Oh yeah.
The ping is not. There we go. So you can see the 1, 2, 3 doors there are the large doors, and there is a smaller, more human-sized door there.
So we know that Carlo had instructed Rafa to keep an eye on this place. So effectively, he was spying on this building, right? Have I got that? Have I remembered that right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have.
So and he was under the employment of the Rat King. So we can kind of assume that the Rat King was effectively wanting tabs on this building.
Well, we assume if the Rat King knew about this, he'd have told us. It'd be a bit pointless for him not to.
Perhaps maybe it was Carlo was trying to keep the Rat King out of it. He did say we did hear he liked money a lot. So just thinking out loud.
Side hustle.
No one's ever found that money, though.
No, found no money whatsoever.
That's why he liked money
residence.
so much. He was poor. He didn't have any money, so he was desperate to get some.
No money whatsoever.
No money.
Cormorant, have you changed your spectrum at all?
I was just about to say, yes. I am changing to red. Feeling like we're going to go more spread out now or something, or to like industrial complexes. I want to be ready for that.
Remind me how
What does
that
that mean?
manifests?
Especially
Is that just part
emotionally. It's part of, I guess, I'm actually not sure what the class is or what isn't. Mystic, Mind Speaker? What is what?
Mystic is your class, Mind Speaker is your subclass.
Okay. So basically one of the main fun things about the Mystic, I guess, maybe this is Mind Speaker, but I'm guessing
this is Mystic.
Mystics attune to different levels of magic in this setting by attuning to a different color. Because magic is color, the world is dull and grey, but mystics can still attune to this, but we get to attune to a color. At the moment, I can attune to, or at level 1, you can attune to red, blue, and green. And then, I guess, upon level ups, you attune to more colors. Because I get another one at level 3, which is gold.
Which is your mind, that is from your subclass. That's from Mind Speaker.
Okay. Well, so yes, the magic seems to be quite well worked into the system, but at the moment, you guys have been really good at fixing everything without magic, so I'll just let you guys do your thing.
Yeah.
That's literally the background of the character, by the way. I'm just here to be here, by the way.
I'm just here for the lols. So the one thing I do like about this is that every single spectrum attunement gives and takes away. Yeah. So red, which is the one that Cormorant's in at the moment, when they add their wisdom modifier to cantrips and spells that deal damage, which is always pretty nice, and gives you advantage on charisma checks that you make if your target is highly emotional or impassioned. But because you are attuned to red, the color of passion and war, it means that you have disadvantage on saving throws against effects that would affect your emotions, such as charm or frighten effects.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's I like it. It's the it gives and takes away. My personal favorite is the green one, where you get advantage on wisdom, perception, intelligence checks if you are in green areas like woods, lawns, gardens, and other areas of the abundance of plant life. But on the negative side, you have vulnerability to necrotic damage and something else lifey TBD.
Why you gotta call out the game makers like that?
Because I think it's brilliant. It also shows that we're not playing a complete game. So make sure that you go to their Kickstarter to help them make this complete game.
It's one of the reasons why I've not really looked at green, because it felt like if I was missing one of the negatives, it would have felt so unfair to use that at the moment or something. So I thought, I'll stick to red and blue.
I mean, we're also in the middle of a city, so I don't think you're probably gonna hit the green.
Yeah, like
one shot.
The one for Mindspeaker has something with being under open skies or being under sunlight or something, and I thought something about industrial complexes doesn't feel like open skies to me.
But Dax is
is that the
Dax
which
surrounded
one's that
by
one?
green,
Gold.
so
Yeah.
surely you could get the power from Dax. Sorry, I wait for people to get it. Never mind.
So, so speaking of Cormorant,
Yes.
Cormorant, have you bought a packed lunch for
I
everybody?
have brought packed lunch in tinfoil, and it is just when we get together, somewhere on a little side table or something, I'll be like, alrighty, by the way, I brought some packed lunches. It's just for ease that we don't need to get distracted, alright? So I've brought the grand total of wait, how many players have you got? 5, right?
Six of you.
Shit.
Six, including
okay.
yourself.
I've brought
Nobody ever buys the GM food. I'm just saying.
I've brought 7 packages, 1 in case. 3 of them have meat, the other ones are vegetarian. But one of those is cheese. Does that count? I'm not sure. But I'm going to go with a tuna if you don't mind. I put a lot of extra effort in this one.
Oh, thank you. I'll have a vegetarian. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. That one's cheese.
Nom nom nom.
Meat, please.
For those who are partaking in Cormorant sandwiches, you gain 5 temporary hit
nice.
points.
I'm very particular about what I put into my body, so I will take the next healthiest sandwich.
I think that one has just butter. There are no healthy
inhale it in
options
one.
here. Dry bread with butter.
I mean, what's not to like? Okay, do you all know how to give yourself temporary hit points, by the way? Oh, fantastic. Okay, so looking at the map, you can see the 3 doors right in front of you. The 3 doors are the 3 large doors, and the far end door on the far right of the map here. He said if he tries to get his foundry to ping once more, because ping decides not to like me anymore. The one on the far right, because I can't ping. Thank you.
How do you ping?
For some reason, it does. There we go. That one there is the one that opens.
It is open or open? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is the man-sized
not
one?
the hangar door, shutter door one.
Yeah.
How do you?
Is there any other way in? There any high up windows or anything else, or just this? Is it fairly solid?
There are windows. That you can see, but they are barred.
I'm really good at finding grates.
And you can't look inside them. If you want to look around the building, you can look around
Perimeter!
Should
I'll
we
put my-
knock on?
You can actually move your
I'll put
tokens
my
around the
ear
building.
to one of the
just
shutters
knock
and
on the front door?
I'm just going to listen at one of the shutters.
Okay. That's going to be a perception check, and you're amazing at those.
Hell yeah, I am. Come on, wisdom rolls.
Okay. You can't hear anything on the inside. You don't know whether that's because there's nothing to hear, or you just rolled really badly. Dax has found another door
Dax.
at the back.
I'll call back. There's no one in.
Should we just
I
knock
found
on
a
the door?
door!
Can I check the door, see if it's locked, and sort of try and peer in? If it's not unlocked, I'll have to unlock it, of course.
The doors are heavily padlocked with a combination.
So no sleight of hand then?
With the combination lock, there's also slightly rusty. All of the doors have got the same sort of lock on there. Obviously, the door at the back, where you are in the front, is lots of passerbys are still basically moving up and down. So it is not, despite the fact that it's gone midnight, it is still well lit and busy. Round the back is certainly more subtle.
How many
You
digits on
mentioned
the
curfew.
combination lock? Sorry.
Let's say 5.
I try 1, 2, 4, 2, 0.
Worth a try.
Worth a shot. I've worked in places they used to do that. Hey, no, you got to try this.
I mean, I've worked in places, where the code to get into a door was basically etched in using like a compass or something into the door frame above there. And, considering that many of you know what I used to do for a living,
Might I suggest that we just break in the back?
whoever's gone round the back, can I have a
I believe that's me and Sam.
yeah, let's have a perception check, please.
Nope.
Bittersea and Dr. Singh. Let's see whether Dax is any better.
Exactly the same.
To be fair, it's the middle of the night. It's dark. We're in the back alley. Bumping into each other.
It's monochrome.
I'm more focused
guys,
on this
a
sandwich.
door.
It is delicious.
Yeah, I'm trying to get something out of my teeth at the moment.
You don't notice anything in particular.
Good.
Right, who's picking this lock
Good.
then?
Not ominous at all.
Bittersea, do you want to pick the lock, or shall I just... I mean, it looks pretty rusty. I could probably just rip it off.
Um,
Can you pick combination locks? Is that a thing?
Is this
it the
also a
kind that's
combination?
also got the key?
You can still, you can pick it. It's like picking a safe. Put your ear to it and try and feel it out.
I'm going to try and pick it first. If I can't get it, you go use that strong arm of yours.
I'm ready. He starts stretching.
I'm going to look to
Liam
Gadwell and Cormorant, who's still out the front with me, and say, "Shall I knock?"
Cormorant will actually just kind of shrug with it. Oh, why not?
I think you should knock. I think
Yeah.
you should try that. What's the worst that
Right.
could happen?
You're not there. You're around the
Split
back.
the
Just
party.
act like a lost tourist. Act like a lost
I'm going to knock
tourist.
and ask if this is where the warehouse rave is.
Okay, so Bittersea, you basically crouch down next to it.
Well,
You
the
kinda,
23, by
get
the way.
your tools out and like, yeah, I can see it, and like go, and like, click, 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 open, no problems at all. You have removed the lock. As you remove the padlock and kind of like start edging the door open, you hear a knocking sound coming from inside the warehouse.
Oh, like from the other door. Okay, not like the other side of the door.
Just
Not that
echoing
you know
through
this.
the warehouse.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go. The door should now be available for you to open, Kin.
Do you want me to go in first? Nope, you're already
He's
going.
already on.
Like it.
Bang, 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 bang.
Are you going quietly, Bittersea, by any chance?
Of course. Breaking and entering, aren't
Then
I?
I'd like a stealth check from the people going.
I'm making
in
a lot of
quietly.
noise on the door. Bang, bang, bang. If it helps.
Okay, 16 from Bittersea. There's still this really loud banging. Larkin, people are now beginning to kind of like from across the road, are kind of like beginning to look in your general direction at this.
Yeah, maybe Cormorant
As you
will
are
be
making
like,
a rather loud racket.
Love, maybe don't.
No. I mean, if there's no one in, there's no one in.
Yep.
Maybe the rave is down the other way.
Well, they might be in
Okay.
still.
Let's try it
Can
a
we
couple warehouses over.
check this
and I'm
next
sure we'll
door?
find the rave there.
Yep, the next door is unlocked.
You know there isn't a rave, right?
I'm going to open the door.
You on?
Right. Yes. Sorry, that was a lie.
Dax, do you want to go in first?
Exactly.
Yes. I got this.
I'm waiting for the all clear before I come in because I am very squidgy.
Just so you are aware, there are padlocks on the outside. So if you guys get into any trouble and we start rolling into initiative, we've got 3 people that are at least like 3 rounds away from getting inside. Whether you guys want to, sync up or anything
Boy,
like that.
Duck,
Sure, why not?
get the others to come around.
Oh, we can see everything. Look at
I'll be
that.
like
You-
around here.
You can if you look on the Twitch, yeah. The Twitch can
Right.
see everyone's everything.
Guys.
Oh,
Come
I
around
was
the back.
zoomed in.
You've all got
Oh.
observer privileges of each other, so you can all see
Yeah.
what anybody else can see.
Oh.
I can switch it so you can only see what you can see, but for
Hang
the
on,
purpose of this,
I
you
can
don't
only
see
see
mine.
what I can
only
see.
see myself.
see mine.
Yeah, so
Really?
can I,
Oh,
yeah.
I did set that up already.
Okay.
Cool, smartly.
Right.
Yay me.
Can I check this next door?
Sorry, just before I have
Sure.
whispered to the people at the front that we are in the back, and I'm going to make my way back round.
The rave is round the back,
Is this
guys.
door
Sure.
locked?
Come on.
I'll
How do
wait
I
until
move
more
again?
chunky people go in front of me.
Is this door locked?
None of them appear to be locked so far.
Cool.
I've also realised that I haven't actually programmed in speeds for any of you, so every single movement you do appears to be beyond your normal movement capabilities. So I'm just very quickly giving.
Oh, would
you
it
all
normally limit
movement
us?
speeds.
That's neat.
It does. So if you, for example, I haven't done Cormoran yet, but if you'll see that it says green, and if you go into dashing speed, it
cool.
goes to yellow, and if you go, it goes to red if it's
My-
Right.
if it's
My
beyond
movement
dashing.
speed
Should we
is
open this next door
35,
then?
just FYI.
Yes.
Gladwell, I think you should go
Cool.
in.
Oh, you're up to 35. I will
I have
bump
robot
you up,
legs.
sir. Your dashing speed
My
or
normal
your
speed is
normal
35
walking
because I have
speed?
robot legs.
Thank you, sir, or mom, or whatever. Done. Your on your character sheet, by the way, is I think I've done everybody's. I haven't done Dax's, so it should be just to the right of your character token. Underneath where it says medium humanoid, it should say as speed, and it should say for all of you now 30 or 35 feet. If I've missed you, yell.
All good.
Right.
Seems correct.
Okay, before you go any further,
Okay.
I will read a bit of a description for you as you are getting in. If you guys kind of like
Ooh.
don't move any further, or don't go past where Bittersea and Dax are. But if anybody else wants to come in, you
I will
can
slap
do
the
so.
doctor in the chest and stuff.
I'll do so.
You enter into a series of dusty office rooms along the wall of the warehouse. Empty filing cabinets and dusty desks and tables suggest a long, abandoned warehouse, although there are many footprints in the dust of the rooms connected to the back entrance. Giggity. The rooms have windows onto the warehouse floor, but they are covered in opaque cardboard from both sides of the glass, as if to protect them from damage. It only takes finally finding a door onto the floor itself to realize that it is anything but abandoned. This warehouse is fully stocked. 5 long shelves run across the length of the warehouse with space for mechanical lifts to move between them and reaching up almost to the ceiling, about 10 meters tall. In the space closest to the bay doors at the front, a large array of stacked crates seem loosely grouped but not well organized, as if they've been dropped off recently and not distributed to the shelving. It's not obvious when they schedule their secret deliveries, but they clearly get a lot of them. In addition to the steel pipes in Carla's invoices, there are many other metal mechanical parts on the shelves, including a few that glimmer coppery and tick quietly in the silence of the warehouse. Turnstone engines. So, as I said, the crates at the front of the warehouse are piled up haphazardly. Yep, those ones there, thank you. Whereas these are long shelves with things stacked neatly on them.
Is it safe to come in? Is it okay? Guys, hello.
Can I have perception checks from Bittersea and Dax and Gadwall, because they're the ones most in? Okay.
15.
Neither Bittersea, Dax, nor Gadwall have noticed any movement, anybody talking. There doesn't appear to be anything in here.
Yeah, I think we're good. You can come in.
I'll creep in. I'll creep in a little bit more. What have you found? Is there anything in here?
There's a lot of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, maybe we should examine it and see if we can find anything of relevance.
I'm just going to pause the game there. So people aren't moving around.
I can't. Someone in the way.
Because I paused the game.
Oh no.
Oh.
Because as Dax walks down to the front,
Whoops.
Oopsies.
Loading warehouse?
there is a soft whirring noise as the crate that you stand next to collapses as a clockwork turret comes to life.
Punch it.
Well, roll for initiative first of all, please.
I do like the visual of something like starting to come to life and already like, ha!
I mean, that feels like the appropriate reaction.
Are you rolling with is Cormorant rolling with disadvantage, or that you're not in that mode?
I am still reading. No, I was in that mode last night. Now I'm in the other one.
Cool.
Oh,
3.
almost.
I mean, roll a
19.
3 anyway.
Does it start talking? Is it, hello? Is anyone there?
This isn't Portal.
Excuse me,
Yes.
you have
The
a
cake
message.
is a lie.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Okay. Cool.
I've got him.
As another one basically starts unfolding.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Top of the round.
I don't like
Gadwall.
that I'm going first.
What?
I mean, early-ish.
Actually, that's a good point. Who's got the higher initiative? Who's got the higher initiative out of Gadwall and Larkin? And me actually. I've got a dexterity of 14. Sorry, 18.
My dex is 14 as well.
I think you're first.
Yeah. Mine is 14.
Okay, so decide which one. It's between Larkin and Gadwall. Decide who's going to go first. But I'm just going to bump myself up to 17.5 because it's just easier. And look, I get to go first.
I mean, I'm sure that
I think
Gadwall
this
is more
game's rigged.
action ready than I am. Or not.
Hold on, I gotta read a thing really quick. Okay.
I'm going first, so don't worry about it, Alex. I'm
Don't worry, he's
going
got
to be beating the shit
to
out
kill
of
us all
her.
first.
I mean, I do get to make 3 attacks with my
Hit
heavy
me.
repeating arbalist or my immobilizing net. So I'm going to do two arbalists and 1 net against Dax.
Ouch.
That should not be at disadvantage.
Oh, no, is it not? Because
Yes,
you've
it
been
should.
tinkering
No,
up.
it shouldn't be, unless you've got specific threats.
Yes, it should.
No, yeah, tune-up.
No,
the,
from the
the
tinkering
first thing
from last
against
night.
me is disadvantage.
Yeah,
It's
tune-up.
true. I don't know why I
Tune-up,
rolled with
sorry.
advantage. This is annoying that it's rolling with advantage for some reason. I don't know why. So if I do that, does it roll with
Just
disadvantage?
go
No,
with the
just rolls
first
flat
roll.
normal.
Go with the first roll.
Something is going wrong with this one, is that it's rolling everything with advantage, and I do not know why.
Have you got advantage ticked in the bottom right-hand corner?
Nope. Am I rolling everything with advantage with this guy?
Fate of the
I
dice.
am. For some reason, every roll with this guy is with advantage, and I do not know why.
Well, he just rolled a 2 there.
Well, no, I just rolled a random strength check to try and to see whether it's everything, and it is. So there is something that's gone wrong with this particular thing, which is making everything roll with advantage, and I do not know what it is. Bear with me 2 seconds.
I think in roll 20, like for example, a lot of creatures do that for you to then pick: is it disadvantage? Is it the first roll?
Yeah,
is it
that-
advantage?
That doesn't do this.
Okay.
Is it not at disadvantage as well because it's
No,
right up
that
close
has a
against
shtick
its
that
target?
removes that. I've got that, but
Oh, okay.
obviously I've got an advantage. Try this now. I do not understand why this is rolling with advantage. I cannot work this out. Let me
Restart.
try. Something's gone wrong somewhere that it's deciding to roll with advantage. So I'm just going to super quickly try and create another one.
I killed that one. It's dead.
Sure. That's literally just a brand new thing, and it's rolling with advantage. There's something somewhere that it's making every single roll that I am rolling with advantage, and I don't like it, and I don't know why.
Can we just do it manually? So you can see both the rolls.
Yeah.
There must be a button for it somewhere, surely.
I've never seen this. Has never happened, so I've never had to see if I can find.
This is such an intense issue because of the
Yeah.
music.
Is it just the clockwork
No, I literally
turret
just created a
that's,
brand spanking new thing.
You said that Control and Alt are things to make to roll things with advantage. Have you got a sticky key on Alt?
No.
Have they got any other attacks other than a heavy arbalist in case it's that
Right,
piece of
okay,
equipment that
that's-
is...
That seems to fix something. Right, let's try this again. Delete all these rolls because we don't want them, because
And you do have disadvantage because my
I do
armor
have
is shiny.
disadvantages on the first of 3 rolls, yes. Right. First attack against you, Dax. 14.
That does not hit.
Second attack,
Whoa.
which is standard. That is 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 9 points of damage. So, one with your token selected, click on that 9 in the chat, and it should give you some options. Is it doing it?
I have to right click it.
Right click, yeah, right click on the 9 in the chat. Does that work?
Yes, I'm going to see if it does my cool thing. It does not, so I will add back 3 of those. Oh, no, it did. What?
No, it didn't. You just had 5 temporary hit points.
Forgot about the temp. Thank you very much. Okay, so I have an ability because I'm awesome and also kind of possibly a little bit made of metal. Actually, no, it's my armor, not the arm. Ignore that. I can reduce incoming bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage by 3. So I did not, in fact, take 9 points. I took 6 points. Also, I get a point of adrenaline because I was hurt. So thank you for that.
So in reality, you take 1 point of damage because your meat sandwich has given you 5 temporary hit points.
Thanks to Sandwich.
Yeah.
Thanks to Sandwich. Roll for Sandwich. Okay. And I'm now, however, going to try and get you in my immobilizing net.
I don't like that.
Which
sound.
I do.
That doesn't sound good. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's a further 3 points of damage.
Do I? What kind of damage is it? Is it bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing? It would be bludgeoning, right?
Yes. Although it's actually...
Okay, so I don't take any damage.
No, it's actually 1d4 plus 4. So it's actually 7 points of damage. You take 4 points of damage. I don't know why I didn't do the plus 4.
Okay.
Well, that's why, because I can't spell mod, M-O-D. I spelled a 3-letter word wrong. Okay, that's that one. The other one is going to come to life. It's actually going to move 15 feet, because it can move 15 feet. And yeah, I'm going to target Bittersea.
Rude.
Don't forget you got your sneak attack back.
Yep.
First attack with disadvantage. Oh, 23 to hit.
Rude. Go on then.
Doing. Spoomp. There we go. 13 points of damage.
Okay, I'm going to use Sneak's Defense. As a reaction on taking damage, you may roll half of your sneak attack dice to reduce the number of damage. Reduce the damage by the amount rolled.
Does that use your sneak attack dice up?
You may roll half your sneak attack die.
Nice.
So are we rounding all down because I have 3?
We always round down, I'm afraid,
Rude.
sir. Rules.
Rude.
That's standard in 5e. Look, even Sammy's nodding.
Yeah.
Look, rude.
Oh, fine. Reduce it by 6.
It's one thing that I actually really like about D&D. They've written down, you always round down. It's like, imagine.
Right, so I lose my temp HP and then 2. Cool.
Right, my immobilizing net. Oh, you might be out of range for that one.
I hope so.
You are out of range, so I'm going to try it. You're out of short range.
So you're rolling on disadvantage.
I'm going to try. So I hit you with my immobilizing net, didn't I, Dax? You are restrained, which gives you disadvantage, I believe. So incoming immobilizing net against Bittersea. Ooh, still might hit you. 17.
Yep.
That's 8 points of damage because I also need to add in the. I also still can't spell because obviously we've got 2 different ones. So that's the max damage on that one. That's 8 points of damage.
Rude.
and you are restrained, which means that I have advantage to attack you on my last
I just want to
bolt.
check, is that 5-15? Is 15 foot the range of the immobilizing net?
Immobilizing net is 30-20. That 5-15 is because I copied it across from net.
Oh, right.
It's a net cannon.
Fair enough.
Ignore that. Oh, right, okay. There's actually a better restraint there, which is that one there, Kim. Okay, I've done it. And so my last attack on you has advantage because you are restrained.
That seems unfair.
22.
Yeah, that's it.
So 8 points of damage as these two clockwork turrets come to life and start basically wailing on you all. Gadwall, you're up.
So are both Bittersea and Dax
Yes.
restrained?
Dax is looking barely injured. Bittersea's looking a little bit rough.
All right. I need to just step into the room just a bit so I can't. Am I in a wall? There we go. Now I can see. Okay. So can I actually get? Okay, so I could get to Bittersea. How loud is this all?
How loud? So far, they're firing arbalists, so it's like thump, thump. There's no firearms going off yet, but you're inside a warehouse, with steel corrugated walls.
I mean,
Did someone get hit?
also echo.
Did they scream?
I don't think Dax is the screaming type. I don't think Bittersea's the screaming type as well, actually. I think she's
Angry growling.
From which one?
Yes.
Okay.
Imagine like the first one hit. She's restrained. She's hit again. Then you see all the rest of the rakes all around her.
Don't forget, Dax, every time you get hit, you gain a point of adrenaline. Not just the first time in a row.
Once per turn.
Is it once per turn?
Yeah.
I thought it was every time you got hit. Oh, that sucks. Sorry.
That's right. I need my abilities.
Dax, you good?
I mean, there's multiple turns. I can see that.
Yeah.
Being fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would, if I'm fighting something with multi-attack, I would just rack up my adrenaline.
That's what I was thinking.
One
so
go.
The crates in front of you, Gad, are going to be difficult terrain if you want to jump over them.
I mean, can I just go around them and get to Bittersea?
If you yeah, sure, why not?
I don't know how. Wait, no, I saw it before, but how do you do the thing? The route?
It is whilst you're clicking and dragging, you press space, but you've already gone so far now that you're.
Okay.
We'll leave it for this time. It's either space or right click, one of the two. But yeah, we'll allow it for this time. Maybe a surge of adrenaline got you the extra 3 feet.
Cool. Can I get the net off of Bittersea?
Sure. The target may escape as per a normal net attack. So I do not know what.
I mean, can I just like take my knife and just
Yeah,
cut
I
it?
mean, if memory serves, I might actually have to get the. I don't have the player's handbook. My son
I think that a
has
net
stolen my
is an
player's handbook.
action.
Of course he did.
I think a net is just an action to break it. I think.
Give me a second. I'm loading up a totally legitimate website right now.
What page number is it facing? I'll look it up in mine. You know what?
Page 149, but I've got it here anyway. A creature can use its action to make a DC 10 strength check, freeing itself or another creature within its reach on a success. Dealing 5 slashing damage to the net, which has got an armor class of 10, also frees the creature without harming it, and ending the effect and destroying the net.
Okay.
When you use an action, bonus action, or reaction to attack with a net, you can only make one attack regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. So I know you've got multi-attack, but you want to try and slash the net, you only get to do one.
Shoot the net.
I think Gadwall has a knife.
Yeah, Gadwall has a knife. So we'll just do that.
Well, that's clearly going to... Obviously, for some reason, we haven't added your proficiency modifier to that one. That's on me. I'll fix that now. But yeah, 16 is going to hit it. How much damage you need to do? You need to do 5 slashing damage.
Okay. What do I do?
How much damage does a knife do?
Technically, the knife does
What is my
piercing damage,
what
but
is my
we'll allow...
knife? I'm trying to.
That's fine. You're slashing at it.
Okay.
How much damage? Yes.
Well, technically, you can roll low enough. I mean, she's only rolling with the...
I mean, I'm for sure gonna get 2.
Probably. You need to roll at least a 3 on this 1d4.
Yeah.
Hey!
Woohoo!
There we go.
So Gadwall kind of like sticks her head round and goes and sees Bittersea just going, and sees Dax just doing this. So instinctively runs up to, so almost like running on the way, gets the knife, just slits it up as the net just pulls at Bittersea's feet. That's your action. You got a bonus action you want to use?
Not right now, no. Wait, is that special ranged weapon thing?
It is an action.
Is that
it is an action to set up your covering shot.
That's it. All right.
Ken, I don't think you've rolled initiative, buddy.
I did.
Or it hasn't. What is your initiative mod? What is your initiative?
10.
10.
I was trying to remove the restrained.
They're on my initiative order.
There you go.
Yeah,
I can't
that's
actually
ours.
remove the restrained.
Click on in the top right. Can you see a little restrained purple thing?
The top right.
Top right of the
right.
of the right next to the chat button, up on the top right of the Foundry.
There you
Cool. Okay, so bonus action, Gabble. You doing anything with it? Do you have anything with it?
Not
Cool.
right
Larkin.
now. I got you, bestie.
Dax, you're on deck. So you're next.
I can't quite see what's going on in there, but I can sure I can hear some commotion. So I will come down to the door. Like, hey guys, what's going on? Oh my god! Dax, you're in a net! That doesn't look comfortable. You should get out of that net. So that's bonus action to give you encouragement. So you have a D8. That was my encouragement.
Thanks.
So Dax is
do better.
Dax is
Didn't think of
encouragement.
that yet.
And I will pop out my arbalest, my hand arbalest, and I will shoot at the thing that's. I will step in slightly first, finish my movement, and I'll shoot at the. Probably not the one that's attacking Dax, I guess, because I feel like that I would be too nervous to shoot next to Dax. I'll try shooting the other one.
Hover over the one you're targeting and press T.
Press T. T.
Nah, mate.
There we go.
Shoot the one next to me. If you hit me by accident, I'll get adrenaline. It's great.
Game the system, you say?
It's once per turn, not once per round.
Right, hand arbalest. Just a standard rule.
Yes, please.
Did that do something? Oh, I see.
I
get it. I remember how this works. Attack. That's got to be pretty good. 19.
The 19 is enough.
Sweet. And I will damage it, and I will add a D8 damage to this as well.
Ooh, how come?
Because I can when I attack something, it's a cheat called my cheap shot ability. Add a die equal to the size of your encouragement die to your damage when you attack a target that did not attack you or force me to make a saving throw since your last turn.
Nice.
That is a cheap
so I
shot.
take a cheap shot. So that's 8 damage plus an extra. I don't know why it rolled it twice, but they're both 6s.
I'll take the 6. So that's a total of so -8 and -6. Okay, so that's a total of 14 damage. It looks barely injured.
That's all I've got, I think. Yeah, that's all I got.
Cool. Dax.
I'm not happy about it, but I guess I'm gonna take my action to get this net off me. Is that a... Can I just do a strength check?
You can.
I'm just gonna do a strength check.
DC 10 as you rip it off.
Normal roll. That is a 7, but I get to add a d4 to all strength checks because I have a metal arm. And that's okay. Well, I guess I'm going to use my inspiration as well. Just to get to a 10. A 12 altogether.
Hey, aren't you glad I
You are no longer
told
restrained.
you names a minute ago?
Basically, so
Okay.
he's trying to rip this net off and he just gets tripped and it's just like...
And then you remember what Larkin said. Yeah, and that's enough for you to rip it off.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget to take down your encouragement, by the way, Christian.
Yes. Oh, just change the number.
Yep. Doctor,
Right.
is you doing anything with your bonus action, Dax?
Oh, I have to use an adrenaline to do that. No.
Okay.
As a bonus action, you can spend a point of adrenaline to dodge, and therefore have all attacks on you on disadvantage.
Yeah, but I want to get more adrenaline.
Sure. Doc.
Well,
quickly,
I've got a couple.
Just
of things.
quickly.
I can give some. I could help out. Who's in front of me here? I could help out Larkin, or I could just take a shot at this thing. But I need to move in a little bit. I suppose I'll go in. Oh wow. Okay. I've just stepped into the room so I can see. All right. In that case, how badly injured is Dax? Not really. So he. How badly damaged do these turrets look?
One is unharmed. One has an arbalist jutting out of its plating, showing, to be fair, minimal damage.
Okay. Do I have enough movement to get up to? I forget the name. Up to Cormorant. No, who's injured? Who's yellow again? That's better
To
see.
see.
Do I have enough movement to get there? How is it?
Probably not, in all honesty. Not with all the people and everything in the way.
So, I don't know how you want to rule it. So, like prayer or healing, it does have a range of 30
Is a
feet.
10-minute cast time.
Okay, right, got you. In that case, I think the most effective thing I could do is just take a shot at one of the turrets. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Shot or your bone saw.
I'm not getting that close. Taking a shot.
Bearing in mind that your shooting goes off of your dexterity, which you are on -1 for.
And shooting is loud.
He's got an
it's an
arbalist.
Oh. On that case, maybe I'll do an enhance ability. I'll rub some deep heat into Larkin's shoulders here and wish them all best.
That has to be so awkward.
Just so you are aware, it only affects ability checks, not attack rolls. So enhance ability will basically make them, any ability checks they do will be at advantage, but it won't influence their attack rolls.
I was thinking it would give them 2d6 temporary hit points. So yeah,
that works too. But that's that'll be one of your spell slots.
Yeah. You know what,
and also won't stack with the 5 they already have.
True. All right, I'll just take a shot at this guy with Marvelist.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Damn. Even with your -1 + 3, you get a 19, which is a hit.
Yeah. And does it say? It doesn't actually give me the option to roll damage. Oh no, it does.
Should be in the chat.
Yep. Does. 03. Yeah.
So a total of 2 damage.
Yay! I helped. In that case, I think that's me done, so I will just dip back out again.
Cool. Whilst I know we're not doing a grid, try not to leave your tokens overlapping because you know
Okay.
that would technically be squeezing.
Is that okay then? There.
That's fine. Yeah, but you know.
Got you.
Okay. Bittersea.
Annoyed, shooting.
With what?
My pistol.
We're going loud.
All right, we're doing this.
That should have rolled as advantage. I don't know why it didn't. I held down for my ultimate self.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you should have rolled with advantage as well, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I just realised. Yeah.
Well, we won't go how.
That's fine.
Right.
I don't know why, Ken. Try it again.
Nice.
31's a hit.
Can I spend a point of readiness to treat it as a natural 20?
Can you?
Ready for glory. When you roll a natural 19, you may spend a point of readiness to treat it as a natural 20.
Nice. That's cool.
I crit it, dude.
I mean, yeah.
With sneak attack, I must add.
How?
How have I got sneak attack? Well, I'm
Yeah.
tuned.
Sorry?
Sneak
You
attack.
shot with advantage. You shot with advantage. Yes, of course, because of the
Wah.
because of Gadwall tuning you up.
Yes.
Gadwall's got magic fingers. Damn, that's a combination of abilities right there that got you that nat 20. All right.
Nice.
Right. So damage. So 3d6, and I press the button here that says critical hit.
So many dice.
31 points of damage.
Nice, Ken.
Yeah.
Nice.
It now looks injured.
We're better.
Good.
Wait,
In between
only
two of those
injured.
armor blades.
Only injured. These they are yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to move here to hopefully get some form of cover.
A little bit of cover, I'll allow it.
Turn over, my sir.
Cormorant.
Cormorant is going. Spell slinging. Is that a thing? I have one spell that is a bonus action, and it's Shillelagh.
That's fine. Yeah, you can.
The Cormorant will, first of all, just hearing the "Oh my God" already from Larkin, they're like, "Oh God!" Going all over to the gunshot, going the getting all like really feisty about it. Suddenly, he's been like, "Oh, light of red, light of rouge, guide my feet." Just like rushes in and meeting the full 30 foot to get just around there around the corner, being like, "Ah!" And then just very quickly, out of fear for own life, I will cast Aid on. Wait, and I'm gonna try and do that at 3rd level. This is my first time doing that.
To be fair, you can only see 3 people. You can only see yourself, Larkin, and Sing. And Aid's a creature you can see.
Shit! I was very much going to cast that on the 2 netted people. Well, already freed, but still. Okay. Honestly, in that case, I'll just cast Bless on...
Yet again, it's just the 3 people you can
3
see.
people, and Bless is 3 people, right?
Yeah.
Cast that on the 3 of us.
Okay, so when you... Actually, I'll be able to do this for you to make it easier. Give me 2 seconds before you cast it. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to target people.
Done.
Okay. Roll it, it happens.
Yep, now if you cast Bless,
Concentrate, consume spell slot.
see some cool animations.
That happens. Cormorant will
Hashtag
just
blessed.
kind of like more in a bloody lights just stamp the staff into the ground again, and there's just going to be like this buff of energy and light, like actual, like kind of like reddish light that bursts from the staff, and the nearest people, including herself, will kind of like, light up mildly, like kind of like reddish even today. And yes, that is bless for my dearest doctor and Larkin. That they put it to better use than I do.
Cool.
End of my turn.
That bless should automatically done, by the way. It should automatically add your d4s. Because Foundry is awesome! Back to the top of the round.
Do I get mild cover from just being behind everyone?
Yeah, you'd get a couple of points of cover easily. Right, I am going to... Sorry, Dax, you're right there. I'm going to have to basically attack you 3 times with my heavy arbalist.
I mean, yeah. There's a reason I'm here. Because I wandered into your trap.
24 to
Yeah.
hit. Doing 10 points of damage.
7 points of damage, understood. I really like that feature. It's really fun.
Ten to hit.
Nope.
Uh, 11 to hit.
No. But thank you for that point of adrenaline. I appreciate it. Now I have 2.
You know what? I'm going to do 1 on so 1 on Larkin with cover, and then I'm going to do 1 on Gadwall with cover, and 1 on Bittersea with cover.
What? Me? Oh.
No, Larkin, Gadwall, and Bittersea. Larkin.
Ah, okay. Good.
Attacking you. So you've got cover to add 2 to your armor class for this one. I'm declaring a 13 against your armor class. Gadwall, you do not have cover. So does a 10 hit your armor class?
No.
And Bittersea, you have 2 points of cover. So does that was on a nat 20 for so long. Then it rolled onto that. So does a 15 hit your armor class?
No.
You've muted, Kin. There you go. Well, that sucks to be me. Gadwall.
Right. I guess we're doing guns now. So
Before
Sorry, I
that's
didn't realise
over,
with the
because
agreement
I
that
got
we
missed
weren't
by
doing
an
guns.
attack. Because I got missed by an attack, I'm going to use my reaction to move 15 feet.
Cool.
Nice.
So I'm gonna. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna duck in here. Just duck out of the way.
Wait, what? No, you can't hide behind me.
I mean, bearing in mind that it'll cost you an extra 10 feet of movement to get past. You can get past them, but yeah.
Yeah, I got 15 feet.
I will oppose this movement. Stop, no.
Although I can't move myself, it's not.
Both of them just being like, no.
Yeah.
You're half made of metal. You'll be fine.
We're just like, no, you stay
I
in
can't
front, you
move
stay in
myself,
front.
but other
You
than that,
stay there.
yeah.
You stay there.
You should be able to now.
Dive. I just dive between the two of you. Ah!
All that extra weight from the brass, we can't stop you. That's like 100 more pounds of weight easily.
Yeah.
Larkin.
what?
Hey, Gadwell's
Hey.
turn.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you are correct. Sorry, Christian, I just assumed that. Yeah, that was
That
on
was
me.
my reaction.
Gadwall, your turn.
Thank you. Are either of these guys behind cover?
The what? Sorry.
Are either of these guys behind cover for me?
This one certainly is. If you move a little bit, you could probably get this one fairly well.
Okay. Move. Oh, what? No. There's something on my token now.
Oh, that's You have clearly loaded up the template. That's been deleted for you.
Thank you. I don't know what I did. Like, move forward? Is that enough?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Gun time. Pew pew.
Pew and indeed pew.
And this is... Oh, no, it's with advantage because it's the first time I'm using it.
Oh, okay. Well, roll it again then.
Yeah. All right, then.
Press and hold Alt when you roll it.
Yeah, it wasn't...
Yeah, let's re-roll that again. Yeah, just to...
Did it...
Yeah, just let's... I mean, we gotta get it right, we gotta roll both dice at once. So,
You know what? I'm holding Alt, and it's not doing it. Hold on.
Press and hold Alt when you click on the attack in the chat as well.
How about I do this?
16 is a miss.
Really? No.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
What?
Superior aim, you can add so this is one of my abilities. You can add a single superior die to an attack roll you make. As a reaction when an ally whose target you can see.
You can't see the target.
No. Sorry.
That's all right. I mean, I'll just do my second attack. Why did I close out that? I need that back. No, I did it. Sorry, ignore that one.
Oh,
Why would you say that?
Because it's not supposed to be advantage.
Yeah.
It was natural.
23 is a hit.
Okay, so I have Vicious Strike, and I'm using my Umbral bullets or ammunition. So first, I'm just going to do the damage just for the regular pistol, which is 1d4 plus 3.
Just press damage and then it should do it. That should actually be higher because you are proficient in pistols. I'm not going to make you re-roll it, but I'll need to make sure that you are. Yeah, next time you roll... Oh, the first shot would have hit them.
What?
The first shot hit, so... you rolled a 16, but you didn't add your proficiency modifier, which you should have done. So it should have been a 19, which is a hit.
Okay, great. Okay. Where is the damage?
In the chat.
There we go. So that's the first one.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm going to take 4 damage that can't be resisted, deal an additional 2d8 for Vicious Strike. Did that work? No? How do I roll it?
/R space 2d8.
There we go.
So, another 5 damage.
Plus, yes, but that's not all. Plus my Umbral bullets. So that's an extra 1d6.
Damn.
So this is all for the first attack.
Jeez.
And then we're going to do that all again.
Doing it all again.
Well, you said I hit for both of them.
Yeah, I it's true. I did.
So let's do the damage. Oh, damage isn't showing up again.
Just roll the attack again. Actually, before you do, give me.
There we go.
Okay, give me 2 seconds because I've just read what your purple thing does, and so I clearly need to make your bullets purple.
Yeah, but they're not all my bullets, just the first 5.
Just the first 5. Sorry, they're all purple now because it just looks cool.
All right, cool. I mean, as I fire, there is purple smoke coming out of the gun.
That's why I've just made them purple. All right, roll the damage now.
All right. So that's just the gun damage. And then we're doing... Shoot.
Jesus.
And then there's the bullet extra umbral damage.
How are you dealing 2d8s?
Vicious strike. I'm taking damage to do this.
Oh.
Yeah, you've taken a total of 8 damage, so including the 5 temporary hit points that you were given by your sandwich, you're only down 3.
Yeah.
Worth it.
I mean, that's
Damn
worth
good damage.
I mean, that turret's near death. Between the friggin' between the crit of Bittersea and Gadwall just going, fuck this shit.
Let's be honest, Gadwall would know where to aim.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, definitely.
you gotta hit the joints, you gotta hit the camera eye thing. It's fine.
Turn over?
Yeah.
Larkin.
Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna just move back
Yep, sure.
here. And get behind some cover.
Can I have spotted that Bittersea was probably the most injured? For my brief kind of pop into the room. In which case I will shout, from my position, I will shout to Bittersea, Bittersea, just because I don't like you doesn't mean I want you to die. So you are encouraged.
So encouraged.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be encouraged by that.
You have an encouragement die now.
Okay. What does the encouragement
It's a
die
bardic
do?
inspiration, basically. So you have a D8 that you can add to a D20 roll for attacks and saving throws and things.
Thank you.
That's about all. I appreciate that you blessed me, Cormorant, but that's basically all I can do. So I will stay where I am, but I will.
You've got
plenty
a
of spell slots, and you were the only person in my view. It's
a
fine.
knife is not enough. I will ready the dash action, and if anything comes within view of me, I'm running away.
It seems fair. Dax, as the only person who's gotten up close and personal with these turrets yet, you are actually in a fairly unique position. You can see that the plating has detachable. You're pretty certain that somebody with the right set of tools or fast enough hands might be able to basically start removing its armor plating, making it easier to hit. You are not the person with fast enough hands or the right tools, but the armor plating can be dismantled if you're right up next to it.
So
Awesome.
theoretically, could Dax not just stick his hand in the arbalest bit and just block the entire movement?
Can do, but that just means that I would automatically hit Dax.
That's a sacrifice that
In
Cormorant is willing to make.
non-5e based systems, possibly. Okay. I will maybe shout that bit of information later, but for right now, I have a very important thing to say. I just want to look at this arbalist and just go, no, you move. And I'm going to use my bonus action to shove it on the ground.
You're going to try and knock it prone.
Yes, I would very much like that, please.
Okay, that is a contested if memory serves.
And this is probably a cheeky question, but I mean, these things are they're both objects and creatures, right? They're both at the same time.
They are what would be referred to as constructs. So they are creatures, not objects.
So I can shove it, but I also have advantage on strength-based checks or attacks to damage objects or break through obstructions, and I think that this should count.
This is not an object. It is a construct.
Yeah,
it is a creature.
But isn't it? Isn't it though?
No, it's not.
Okay,
Okay,
I had to
let's
try.
do a contested roll. Is that popped up on your screen? Oh no, so it's going to be your athletics versus its athletics. Nope. Give me a second.
In the rules of Christian, a creature becomes an object when you reduce it to 0 hit points.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, can you see it in the chat?
Yes. All right.
Do you mean to roll with
I didn't mean to.
advantage?
Is this the first time you're attacking?
No.
Okay.
Oh. That's a 9. I can't even see what yours is.
No, I think it took it away because I did it wrong.
Gonna try
With
rolling an
advantage.
athletics check again.
I'll just roll it from my character sheet.
No, but sorry, Dax. Is this the first time you're attacking?
This isn't an attack, it's a check.
It's an attack action. Technically, a shove is an attack action, so that is questionable. This is if you want to like stick to 5e rules.
It is
by the way.
technically an action, so you should have advantage. You rolled a 19. That's fine. So we'll just say that you knock it prone.
Shove is an attack action, so that would be part of.
She can shove as a bonus action.
Nice.
Damn.
So basically,
So I would like to shove it on the ground.
I'm assuming you're tripping him up. Although to be fair, as discussed, you did beat it by enough that I will allow you to have both shove it 5 feet and knock it prone if you want.
No, because I don't really want it to go anywhere. Because what would I do? Just shove it back into the other one? Unless you're going to allow me to deal that other one some damage, which I don't think you will.
I'm not that much of a kind of benevolent GM.
Yeah, I figured. Unless that would be the case, then no, I don't want it to move. Anyway, I would just like to shove it on the ground because I'm real mad, and then I'm just going to punch it twice.
Go for it.
So this first
and I'm
one
gonna punch
should
it.
be
Wait, I lied. I don't want to punch it. I want to use my weapon thingy.
Your maul.
Yeah.
Alright. Go for it. Is
I definitely have more than a +4 to hit.
Your maul is not. You are not proficient in your maul for some reason. Stand by. I mean, you won't have hits even with a proficiency, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we'll have a 17.
17 is not enough.
I thought. Oh, right.
You rolled a 10, so 10 plus 7 is not enough.
Okay, then I will maul it again, like a big old bear. How about a 26?
26, however, is a hit.
Cool. Gonna roll some damage. Gonna do 14 points of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And then I'm just gonna look up and just go, if any of y'all techie people want to try and pry it apart, it might make it easier to hit, so I don't do that first one again. If you want to, otherwise I will just smash it, and it's fine. And that's my turnover.
Okay. Next up we have the good doctor.
I will try to make my way in behind Dax if that is possible. Although I can't see where they are, so if I just come in. Oh, right, okay, now they're revealed. In that case, can I just move basically here? Oh,
sure.
There and then there. Is that okay?
Yep.
And that fantastic. As a bonus action, I would like to study the creature I'm in combat with, if that's okay, and I get advantage against attack rolls on attack rolls against it.
Sure.
Fantastic.
Is there a contested check at all with that one or not?
It just says additionally you can use your bonus action to study a creature in combat. Until the end of your turn, you have advantage on attack rolls against the creature, and it has disadvantage on saving rolls against your spells and abilities. And I'll just target the one that's near death, and I'll attack it with my hand arbalist.
Cool. It's got cover from you, but you've got advantage.
I clicked the wrong one there. I meant to click. Well,
and there's Bliss.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, it's alt from my ultimate self, right? So I'll do it up.
Yep. 21's a hit.
Damage. Yay.
3 damage. Haven't you fired your arbalist recently?
I fired it the first round. Do I need to reload it?
It takes 2 rounds to reload.
What?
It is, yeah, that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
one
realize
thing
that. I didn't realize that. Okay.
No worries. I mean, if you want to, this one's prone. If you wanted to have gone here instead, or even like climb right onto the place, you can attack it with your bone saw with advantage.
Yes, I'll do. I think that's fair. I made the mistake there, so I think it's kind of fair that I'm left a bit.
Yeah.
Close,
No, well,
yeah. Okay.
Gordon probably forgot that the hand arbalist takes 2 full rounds to reload. Dr. Singh would not have forgotten.
It's still reloading. He's just like, why won't this thing fire?
God, yeah. I mean, no, that's one of the mechanics that I'm not on board with at this precise moment. That is a good thing.
Oh. So I guess I'm still attacking with advantage. It's just with the bone saw on the other one now. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Fantastic.
I think that the crossbow reload in general is already quite punishing in general.
Yeah, I don't get it. In comparison, it's like, why would you want to fire something that does 1d8 every 3 rounds? Woo!
Nice.
When you can fire something which does 1d4 3 times around, then you're more likely to hit because they've got all firearms with a +4 to it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I think that'll be me as punishment for my mistake. I will stay there and take my meds.
Bittersea.
Right. A question on this. Can I take the hide action? You said that guns are smelly. These are turrets. They cannot smell.
Guns have a thing which specifically says they are... It's not just smelly. They also have... where are we?
Muzzle flash.
Yeah, conspicuous. Disadvantage owing to the smell and the cloud of smoke. So they, if you move, you're basically a waft of smoke going along with them.
Okay. I would like to take the dash action.
Sure.
And that puts me within about 5 meters of the prone. 5 meters of the prone one.
Yeah, give or take.
Cool.
Just before you roll, because it says before the roll, I can add my superior die to your attack, so I will do so. It says if I can see and hear both you and the target, I can add my superior die to your roll.
I mean, you're rolling with disadvantage right now, aren't you? Attacking the prone target. Are you
Why?
attacking the near death of the prone target?
The prone one, but I was trying to be within 5 feet of it because then I wouldn't be getting disadvantage.
Oh, you've dashed and now you're moving. Within 5 feet of it means you're going to be adjacent to it, as in touching it. Giggity.
Okay, and if I was to shoot it adjacent to it?
Yeah, probably. In all honesty, it's one of those weird things. So, if you are prone, attack roll against creature has advantage if the attack is within 5 feet of the creature. Yeah, sure.
Cool. So I'm within 5 feet, so I don't get disadvantage on the prone opponent.
Yeah. You've got to literally be. It literally means adjacent.
Cool. Right. So, from what I'm understanding is I've got a superiority dice from the doctor.
Yep.
And bardic inspiration from,
which you can roll if you need to, yeah.
That's a 1d8 from me as well. For the...
Yep, I might have to roll that separately. Don't know why it's done that as disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
I don't know why it's done that as advantage.
No, it's done it as disadvantage. Roll it with advantage. I don't know, because it's a ranged attack and your next Foundry automatically goes, it's prone and you're doing a ranged attack, therefore it's going to be a disadvantage. So roll it with advantage and it'll cancel out the disadvantage of the prone condition.
Aren't range attacks adjacent at disadvantage anyway?
Okay, I held down Alt.
Yeah, they supposedly are.
So I'm just going to roll.
I'll just
Out.
remove its prone condition to hopefully now try it. There we go.
The thing is, you've got double advantage there if you're just running on 5e rules.
Just go nuts.
Sorry, Kin.
So
the one time you managed to roll.
Well, I haven't rolled my bardic inspiration.
It's an auto miss, dude. It's a
All
nat
right,
1.
next
It's an
turn
auto
then.
miss. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. Next turn then.
Oh well.
Sorry, bud. I mean, to be fair, you also did like 70 bajillion points of damage on the last shot. I think you can suck up in that one. Cormorant.
Cormorants. So there are multiple gunshots going on now.
Oh yeah,
right?
you've heard 3 gunshots and a goddamn gun jam.
Yeah, Cormorant is going to kind of like run across the doorway because that's a big leap for her. Then peek around the door, just to kind of like understand what's going on because I have no fucking clue what's going on. So I actually want to see what's going on. Then, depending on what I'm seeing here, how barely injured, and unarmed. I cannot heal people, but I can kind of heal people, which is... I'm missing someone. Oh, up there! Barely injured. Yeah, why not? That is within 30 feet of everyone. Yes. Cormorant is going to kind of look around and just have that moment of, I don't feel like I need to be here, but like literally just to kind of like just kind of like, yeah, okay, no, but just let me quickly just that's done. I'm gonna cast Aid on Dax, Bittersea, and Gadwall.
Okay, so each of you add 5 to your max hit points, which is just underneath.
It is temporary hit points, I
No, it's
think,
not.
indeed.
Aid adds 5 to your hit points and your max hit points.
Let me, in that case, change my opinion and cast it at 3rd level to make that 10.
Nice.
Damn! You've still targeted the wrong people. You've still targeted the people from before, but that's okay.
Yay!
No. It's everybody else gets the extra.
Here,
that is going to
something
be
for everyone.
Dax, Bittersea, and Gadwall. Load up your character sheets. And yep, right underneath where it says max, just stick a 10 in there. Oh, you have done. And oh, look at that. Trained professionals. Cool. And don't forget to heal those 10 as well. It's not only do you have 10 extra hit points, not only do you have 10 extra max hit points, but you actually heal 10 as well. So make sure you tick that on.
Just give me a quick double check, because I did see earlier that I had a bonus action, but I kind of forgot what that was, so I just need to double check. Yeah, okay, no. But yeah, no, that's going to be it. Cormorant is just going to kind of like be a bit scared of this and just going to be like, gunshots, loud. Enjoy. And just like, again, just like peek around the corner and just be like, nope, I'm fine here. I have the grand total of what, 30 hit points? I am not going to spend those on you guys.
This is fair. Right.
End of turn.
End of turn. Right. I get to do something. I'm going to stand up for starters because I don't like being on my back. Thanks, Dax.
Just knock you back down next time.
Almost certainly, but not before. As much as I hate to say it, the near-death turret has really got no other option apart from attacking Bittersea, because everybody else is going to have cover from it. So attack number 1. Uh, 11 to hit.
Carry on.
Dick. Attack number 2.
How the turns tables. But that's a miss, by the way. My AC is not 27.
It still is a hit. It just might not be a critical hit. But I think it's still a critical hit. Doing.
Yeah, it's...
Oof,
That could have
22
been worse.
damage.
Okay. I'm going to use my sneaks defense again and use half of my sneak attack dice to lower that. It won't be by much, but
Every little helps.
yes, I'm 17.
Thank you.
I mean, you're just being given an extra 10 hit points, so
Bittersea is now looking a bit bloodied.
yeah, pretty badly
You'll
injured.
be fine.
It's all right.
I've
The
got
doctor's
one more
next to me.
attack.
We have a doctor with us.
I've got one more attack, Kim. What's the worst that can happen?
Another crit.
Oh, come on, give me that crit. Ah, no.
I saw the 20. I mean, that's still a hit.
Yeah, still gonna hit. That is doing another whopping 11 points of damage.
I'm gonna have to use it. Oh no, I can't. Wait, I can't because it's a reaction.
You still up?
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm right here. I'm here. It's fine. Maybe.
For now.
I feel like what?
So attack
feel like I
number
need to
one's
watch-
against Dax, attack number two's against Dr. Singh, and attack number three's against Bittersea.
Surely
You're
you
just
go for
being
the weakest
rude
player
now.
now.
Attack
Oh,
number one,
crap, that's me.
Dax.
Oh,
I'm going to be busy.
I get 2 points of
you've got
adrenaline.
work to do, Doctor.
You do get 2 points of adrenaline. Yay!
Yay!
And take
Two for the crit?
17. So 14, I guess, as far as you're concerned, points of damage.
Oh. Thank you, Cormorant.
Doctor.
Oh my God!
No, come on. Let's be reasonable about this. I'm going through the stages of grief here. I'm bargaining at this point.
Can I just say this started happening after I was taunted by Kin. So if you're gonna put the blame anywhere, karmic dice. Okay, so the doctor takes
Ooh.
25 damage.
Yep. Now, where can I accept that damage? Is there a button for me? Oh yeah, no.
Right click on the 25 in the chat and just click on take damage.
Yeah, that hurt. Quite a bit.
Bittersea. I almost don't want to. Look.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you dare do it. Don't you do it. I'm looking at you.
Hey!
You didn't do it.
Hey! 10.
You miss. You've had enough. You had 3 crits in a row.
I know. Well, no, I didn't. I had.
Well, no, you did a crit against Bittersea.
Yep.
You then did a crit against
No,
Dax,
you're right.
and
I did 3 crits in a row. You're right. I did.
Ace, I think you got to turn it off, mate. That's just turn it off. That's too much.
Yeah,
If I had the capability of critting, I'd be doing it more often. Damn, Gadwall.
Right then. So with all these guys in front of it, does that serve as cover for it? Or what?
Yeah, definitely. They've each got, no matter how you. Oh, well, to be fair, you could probably get to a place where this one doesn't have a huge amount of cover if you come down this side. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, come here.
If it goes into yellow,
Yeah.
You're into dash mode.
Yeah, I'm trying to back
There
up.
you go.
There we go. Is that good enough? Even if it's partial cover, I
I'll
can
allow
still
that.
try, right?
I'll allow just a couple of points. I'll allow no cover from that angle.
All right, cool. Cool. We're going pew pew again.
Are you going full pew pew, as in terms of?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Face, turn the module off.
You just.
I don't have the ability.
All right, second attack. Okay, that's better. That's
26 is a hit.
all right. So first we're going damage.
When you roll damage, is there something that says situational bonus?
I don't see.
When you click on the
anything, it just
damage
says-
button, does it pop up with situational bonus or not?
It says +2 plus at bonus.
Is that okay? No worries.
It does a question mark, but it doesn't have anything auto filled in.
Is there not a box to fill in with situational bonus or not?
There is a box. It is not already
Yeah,
filled
we'll
in.
fill that in with your 2d8 plus 1d6 is my point.
Do I have to do the R?
No, not here.
Or 2d8
And plus 1d6, assuming you're throwing everything at it.
I mean, yeah, obviously. Wait, plus? I assume I have to do the plus.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
Well, I mean, I do feel slightly bad for you. Well, I don't actually, because you've already had one shot, haven't you? I was going to say you're about to waste a shot, but you're not, because you killed it.
Yay! And I just step forward in a billow of purple smoke.
Definitely. Larkin.
It has to be so violent on the eyes if you're not used to seeing color anymore. Like if you've got the receptors for it, but there's not, you don't see it. It has to be so violent, that
True.
purple.
Yeah.
So,
I'll step out and just be like, "Hey guys, how's it going? What's the bit? Oh, they look terrible."
I just realized so the entertainer really does not have much that he can do in combat.
No, I
does
run
it?
away. That's my thing. Most of my skills are about running away.
You've literally got a knife, and that's about it. Yeah.
And I will. Bitsy's still got encouragement.
I mean, if you wanted to have picked up the revolver that you got from for next time, you can have the revolver that you.
I might
assuming
buy
that
one.
You took from yeah. Well, Carlo had a revolver, didn't he? So you
You
can
know
always
what?
have that
I'm
one.
gonna.
Don't take it from the crime scene.
This might not be helpful at all, but I'm gonna.
oh, we would
do it
not
anyway.
have left that. We would not have left that. We touched that.
If anything, I would have grabbed that.
Yeah.
Plus the
Sorry,
bullet.
Christian.
Okay.
They're talking about stealing guns. What were
I'm
you
just.
saying?
This might not be helpful, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna say, "Oh my god, you guys look awful. Pull yourselves together. You're embarrassing yourselves." Everybody gets 6 temporary hit points.
I know, right?
6 temporary hit points for
Everybody
everyone.
gets 6 temporary hit
That might
points,
just save me from death.
and then I'm gonna duck back inside again.
You've
Larkin and
encouraged
Cormorant?
everybody by saying you suck,
Saying-
and that somehow makes people feel
Yeah,
tougher.
you're embarrassing yourselves. Pull yourselves
Larkin
together.
and Cormorant are literally just doing the. Yeah, no, you guys suck.
It's the force of charisma. They want to impress me. They don't know why, and they hate themselves for it, but they want to impress me.
Okay, if that's turnover, you doing anything with your action at all, or was that your action?
No, that was my bonus action. I don't really have any actions. I could throw my knife as I duck back if you like. Is that an option?
Sure, why not?
I'll throw my knife at the one that's
You
still
want?
standing. I don't have a thrown option on it. Shall I just...
Just roll it as normal, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why it rolled a d4.
Well, with
Oh, I'm
the
blessed,
bless,
yeah.
it hits.
I forgot I was blessed.
The game didn't.
The game didn't. Boundary.
And I'll add a d8 to it because it
Looks
hasn't
like
attacked
so
me.
much work, though.
Oh, damn. Yes, it's you might be fairly rubbish in combat, but my god, you know, it hurts.
Yeah. So that's an extra 2 damage from my d8 as well. Just
Yeah,
go,
hey,
"What's
everyone
up?
will help.
Put yourselves together and chuck the knife and just duck back inside again.
I mean, I've just realised that technically speaking, it had cover, but I just like the image too much of you just going, no, panic, throw the knife. I'm just going to ignore the cover for whatever reason. That precise moment, I just, yeah, fine, whatever. Okay, Dax.
All right. We're gonna do the same thing again. Get down. I want to hit you better. And this time it's gonna work. So make opposed athletics checks, please.
2 seconds. You, and we're going to go opposed athletics and request in the chat.
All right, I'm gonna roll it without advantage this time.
Okay, so I can't actually see the result in the chat, but
No, I can't either. That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Rude. Well, that's fine. I'll just hit you standing up, and it's fine.
sure.
I won't have advantage, but I still have a maul.
I mean, you can flank it. There's like a bunch of you guys there.
I mean,
Can I-
technically, there's no actual rule for flanking, but I usually roll a +2 for flanking. So if you are flanking with Bittersea, it by taking a slight step down, which you did beforehand. So you're declaring a 18 in total.
Yes, please.
That's a hit. Thank you, Bittersea.
Thank you.
That's a home rule that I have with the flanking on a.
Oh,
Oh!
nice.
14.
Natural 12.
16. What?
+4. It's 6 + 6 + 4 is 16.
Yeah. I can do maths.
Maths.
Don't tell my day
Maths,
day
right.
job.
Attack number 2.
Yes, please.
Declaring a
18.
20. Hits.
Damage.
Not quite as impressive, but you know.
But 11 points is respectable. Thank you.
It is looking
All right.
badly injured.
I'm just going to lean over and just go, hit me one more time. I dare you.
That was to you, Bittersea, by the way, so make sure you. Dr. Singh.
I don't care who hits me. I just need one more adrenaline point.
In that case, I can make myself useful finally.
So if it doesn't die, I might die.
You got
Yeah.
you, Bittersea, and Cormorant. I don't think Cormorant's got anything. Well, Cormorant can go up and beat the shit out of it with her magic stick.
In that case,
I
will just straight up attack it. So I still get advantage because of my bonus action thing. So I'll do it. I'll just.
Are you redoing the bonus action?
Just checking.
It's end of your next turn, isn't it?
Yes, but I'll redo it. If I'll just imagine I'm redoing it then. So yes, here we go. And I'm glad I had that.
22's a hit.
Yay! And go.
Okay.
Better than nothing.
Not quite as powerful as last time, but every little helps. The question is, can Bittersea and Cormorant together bring down the remaining hit points?
I really hope so.
I think
That's
Bittersea
fine.
does as well. Hey, Bittersea, you running away or you standing your guns?
I'll give you my last superiority die to help hit as well.
Disengage action.
Oh, you'll have to you have to do that as a ready action, don't you? To bonus action, you have to spend a point of readiness.
I will be spending a point of readiness. I don't get advantage on this roll.
You do not,
as far as
but
I'm
you
aware.
do have the. But the doctor is telling you where to aim for.
So just to check, that superiority dice is a plus 1d8.
Yes, to the roll.
And I've still got bardic inspiration.
You still have entertainer encouragement.
Oh yes, sorry. I'm encouraged.
Try not to roll a 1 this time.
Why would you
Why would you say that?
You had one job, Doctor.
This
Right,
is not my
just
fault.
move on.
This is not my
Just
fault.
move on.
No.
Just move on.
Well,
Just move on. I'm gonna sit here.
Bittersea, I told
Can
you
it
not to
please
die.
sail over the arbalist and hit me?
do you really want that point of damage? Do you really
No,
want
but it'd be
do you
funny.
really want Kin to roll sneak attack damage on you to get that point of adrenaline?
No, but it would have been real funny after I said just hit me.
Well, quick game's a good game, guys, right? You know, GG.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll
You know,
survive.
from the angle I'm standing, I see 3 people that are completely unarmed. I have no clue of what's going on. But I'm gonna peek my head around the corner anyways. If I can drag myself again, because that is so hard in this game. Oh, look at that. Badly injured and near death. Okay.
Wonder
Looks
why I'm near
badly
death.
injured.
Don't forget, so you can walk up to it and beat the crap out of it with a stick.
Yeah.
You can also,
I like the visual of that.
as a bonus action, you do have the Sanctuary spell, so you can pick someone to put Sanctuary on, which means that if I want to attack them, I've got to make a Wisdom saving throw.
I do not see Sanctuary
It's in your-
my spell list.
Yeah, it's... You're right, it's not in your spell list. I'm sure you have it, though. Bear with me a second.
I mean, I don't see what spells I have in the character PDF.
It's in the character sheet, and I'm sure I saw... my apologies, you do not have... does the doc have Sanctuary?
I do, yeah.
Ah, that's where I saw it. Sorry.
In that case, Cormorant, again, having picked the attunement to the color of red and being quite emotional about all of these things, just kind of like still seeing that the people are getting hurt without her intervening, and she's just kind of like just going to have one of these like, just going to run up to it and bonk it with the stick. And I even have a shortcut key for that from yesterday. I'm going to try and see if that works. That's horrible.
That's... Yeah.
I really love the idea of running up and still just going thunk, and just kind of like echoing through the machine.
Yeah.
But that's it.
I always like the... I
Thunk.
kind of like the whole combat just stops for a brief second. Everybody just goes... And then it restarts.
Yeah, wait. The what?
I just look at my previous teacher with complete disappointment in my eyes as I'm bleeding out.
With the automatic bone saw as your sword.
Try to use a bone saw to cut this metal thing in half. And it's just
Look, if I had hit, I would have said I stabbed into the mechanism. But hey,
Yep.
apparently I'm thunking on
Are
top
you
of it.
staying
End of my
there to
turn?
be a target for me as opposed to the near-death Bittersea?
Yes, I am. I don't know why I'm saying this, but yes, I am.
I mean, I find it as a matter of pride right now if you just put me out of my misery.
Oh, in that case, I'll just get behind the wall if you want.
Okay.
No, that takes like an opportunity attack. I'm just going to stay where I am. End of my turn.
Dax, have I got you your point of adrenaline? I have not.
No, how dare you?
Cormorant. Oh,
How dare you?
that actually hits you
That's
though,
a
doesn't
hit.
it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, really?
Yes, it does.
Oof.
Yes, it does. I'm a priest. I am wearing a t-shirt today. I'm here in a t-shirt and
Okay,
like
that's-
joggers.
14 points of damage. And it's coming
That's
in
like
for
a
you,
lot
Doc.
for me.
just saying this could be my GG moment, so fingers crossed.
Hey!
Oh,
Doc.
concentration roll, yes, from
Live
Cormorant.
to fight another day.
Oh, right, that's a thing. Concentration. Normal?
Okay, you've
easy.
maintained the bless.
I don't know, it's just skimmed me. But yes,
Gadwall.
well, skimmed me. That hit me, most definitely.
Alright.
That took half of my hit points. I'm gonna run away next turn.
Take me with you.
Can I shoot my last bullet and then use the rest of my movement to run up and try and attack with my knife if I don't get it? If I don't hit?
Regardless of whether you hit or miss, you can still totally do that.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna do then.
I don't see any reason why that wouldn't work.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna use my last umbral bullet. That's not great. Yeah. So then I come here and flank.
Stab it. A flank, yeah, you can have a +2 bonus.
I have a knife.
Dax is there.
Okay.
That was on a 20 for very long for me.
You know, it's almost like getting a complete random group of strangers together to go do a really dangerous task. It was a bad idea.
Listen, it was a great idea, all right? Damn, okay.
A priest, an entertainer, a doctor,
I'm trying!
You are trying. You are, yeah.
a tinkerer.
Turn over.
I got one!
Larkin.
What am I supposed to do? Just slap it for 1 point of damage?
You have probably 100 pounds of brass on your body. Can you not make like a really high jump and just fall on top of it? Like literally, I work with brass daily. Brass is really dense.
Yeah.
That would be a judgment call from Face if I can do some sort of jumping kick attack.
I mean, you can.
It's got to be an
I mean, you do have
acrobatics
a
check to just.
Have you been using your +1 attack bonus with thrown or finesse weapons? By
No,
the way,
because I've got legs, not arms.
Oh yeah, so you can double your jump distance.
Yeah, arms give you the +1 attack, and legs just give you double jump.
That's what I'm.
That sounds like a weapon. That sounds like something you can weaponize.
I mean, it will still be a, you know, like an unarmed attack, which is just going to be a straight up +3.
Which might work.
I mean, do you want to try and do a flying kick at it?
Not really.
I mean, it is quite literally an
There you go, then.
unarmed.
It doesn't
attack.
seem like a Larkin thing to do. Maybe to pick up
No.
some guns just in case.
I could pop out and say, "Oh my god, is it still alive? What the hell's wrong with you people?" And I will encourage. Oh, who needs encouragement? Everyone.
How many have you got
I've
left?
got one left because some of the things I've been doing
This is the
doesn't
last
spend
one.
it. But yeah, the last one. I'll encourage Dax. Dax, you're going next. Have some encouragement. So yeah, me popping out and saying, "What's wrong with you people? Why is it still alive? Save me! Save me!"
Don't forget, you can take the aid action, so you can basically go next to it and then do something to get, like, you can and grant advantage. That the help action is still a thing.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've got enough movement to be honest. Because I've got to get all the way around everybody.
So it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, you can. You can literally just get to here with 35 feet of movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, easy. Yeah, you can get to here.
No, you guys are good. Just get on with it. Tuck back.
Dax. Rinse and
Okay.
repeat.
Yeah. Well, at least for the first part. Can we please make an opposed athletics check?
We can certainly try.
And I will add my D4 because I have brass arm. No, not brass. Iron, steel, iron. What is metal? It's almost 11 p.m. I've lost track of what metal is.
I feel like it would be really odd to actually have an iron arm and it not still being steel.
Why are you adding your D4?
Because I have an iron arm, and so any strength athletics checks get a plus D4.
You've been rolling that, have you?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Here's the turret. Ooh. 19 from the
come on.
turret. Oh.
Wait. I have a plus a D4.
So 15 from Dax.
I'm not going to use the D8 on this because statistically that probably wouldn't work. So I'm just going to maul it.
You got your flank from Gadwall again though?
I do.
What up?
What? Ooh. Oh, I just need to click the critical button. Okay. Critical!
Nice.
16 damage.
16 damage.
Near
Oh.
death. Can Dax take it down?
Yeah, I gotta try. I was gonna try. I was thinking of trying to grapple it so it can only shoot me, but I think at this point, it's more important for me to just try and smack it again, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You've been rolling so well, so you know.
Oh! That bone saw is already dull.
Wow.
I'm sorry,
Natural
kid.
20's coming out of that house, man. It's really old.
We might live.
That's big.
Oh! Dio!
And in the words of a very famous GM, how do you want to do this?
I would like to take my maul and smack it in the face and just crack it down the middle. And
It
so,
doesn't have a face. It's a turret.
yeah, but it's the bit where the arbalists come out is its face. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it works. That's science.
Okay.
I'm gonna smack it with my maul, and then it's gonna crack in half and fall to the ground. And then I'm just gonna say, "There, now you're on the ground. That's where I want it."
So as Dax basically just gets, just brings it down, that Cormorant jerks her staff away at the last second, otherwise so it doesn't get snapped by the by the maul as it comes down. As it basically as it impacts right in the face of the clockwork turret. It just like there's a brief moment, and then you can see the shockwave just go as it like starts to crack down the middle, and then the Doctor and Cormorant both kind of like take a half hop back as the thing just falls out, and you can see golden bits of sparkling clockwork just spills out on the floor in front of you. As with that, we shall come to the end of combat. We've also gone very much over the 4 hours that we were going to give ourselves, and the scenario is wonderfully written in such a way that we've gone half the way through it. So we haven't quite finished it, but it's been enjoyable so far. Whether we come back and finish it off again, fingers crossed, we'll be able to get something sorted out. But with that, players, thank you very much for gaming with me, and I shall hand back to Christian, because it is indeed his channel.
And his brain.
Yes.
And his brain.
Thank you for watching. Again, check out all the links below for all the details on the game. Thank you to Face and all the players for joining us. Hopefully we'll be back again, as I say, to finish off this quick start scenario. That would be really fun. Checking out my Twitch. Again, links below for the Twitch. We will find that live. You can watch the full unedited version of this on there as well, if you so desired, although I didn't edit very much out, to be fair. If you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe. More actual play content coming up on my channel. Mostly I just rant about TTRPGs and do other things as well, but yeah, there's some actual play content here, and hopefully more to come in the future. So yeah, so like and subscribe, hit the bell, do all the YouTubey things, check out my other stuff, and I'll see you next time, hopefully for the second part of this adventure. The end.